Hey y'all, I'm back. Court is just coming back. I will present my screen. We had a perfect timing. We will see the rest of the testimony from the state's expert. I am still working on how to do an overlay of how to cover up.
Your Honor, just now, the defense received exculpatory evidence from one of the minors, BG, whose phone had been turned over to law enforcement, and law enforcement downloaded contents of his phone. However, these text messages were not provided to us until BG himself just earlier today. This was a phone that was taken into custody by Zach Cotton on March 19th. If you look at the state's numbered document 283 is actually the search warrant for that phone. Now, while they did provide us text messages from the day of March 19th, they did not provide us any of the other text messages. BG found these text messages on his phone and texted them to myself earlier today. I printed them out on the lunch break, and according to both the United States Supreme Court case law, Brady v. Maryland, Mississippi, King v. State, and also Arizona v. Virginia, which is a U.S. Supreme Court state, the failure of law enforcement to disclose exculpatory evidence is imputed to the state, and such disclosure mandates
The judge looks pissed.
the defense has had time to review this documentation or dismissal of the charges themselves with the failure to provide exculpatory evidence in discovery.
You want to mark?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to mark on Friday.
All right, I'll be marked Friday purposes only.
We look at it.
Holy shit! If these charges get dismissed,
I mean, I have a response in general without looking at them.
Hang on. Gotta look at them. What were they marked? 23 ID.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but the defense is one to talk about late discovery, considering they didn't hire their expert witness until after the discovery deadline. So I'm over.
Exculpatory evidence is on this page. So it would be this page.
Well, he's working on that.
Blue, Carly is the black.
Well, this is the defense attorney.
Versus do it back. Is that the first text message?
Yes.
And how were all the contents of the phone turned over, but these weren't?
So the defendant says do it back. Mr. Bennett Germany says, I don't know what that is. What's going on? She responds, I don't know. I called Anthony because I wanted to talk to him. And then I saw him and I couldn't breathe. And I couldn't say anything because I didn't know what to say. And I can't remember anything that happened today. I zoned out for most of it and I don't know what's wrong with me. That's showing the exculpatory part.
Yes, Your Honor. And that this text thread is dated as of November 22nd of 2023.
No, flash fan. That's the defense. That's Bridgett Todd.
All right. Anything further from the defendant? By way of motion.
No, Your Honor, just that the U.S. Supreme Court and also the Mississippi State Supreme Court.
It is quiet because she's not near any.
Failure of the fact that it was in the possession of law enforcement. Law enforcement downloaded the contents of this phone, had it by search warrant, and failed to produce it. And the failure, according to the U.S. Supreme Court in Arizona v. Youngblood, the failure of law enforcement is imputed to the failure of the state for discovery purposes.
Okay. Response by the state, or do you need a few moments?
I'm fair, Your Honor. First of all, I don't believe that the text message.
Let's step up to that. Okay.
I may have to go upstairs at some point and get a signed piece of paper from Miss Todd, but I think that I have it here. First, let me address the fact that this is not, in fact, exculpatory material. This is a text message between Bennett Germany and the defendant from back in November. Bennett Germany took the stand. He could have provided this at any point. He actually, in fact, spoke to the defense attorneys previously. This is not new information that they had. It's not exculpatory information. However, in order for it to be a Brady violation, the state would in fact not have had to produce the material that they had. On June the 4th, 2024, the state of Mississippi provided to the defense attorneys one jump drive containing digital evidence media files, witness interviews of minor friends, the indictment, discovery bait stamps 1 through 349, supplemental discovery bait stamps 350, 351, third Snapchat report 352, 356, 2 CDs labeled Heath Smylie hospital interview and Deputy Allison Dufour body cam, and 1 hard drive containing phone dumps. Your Honor, they were in fact provided the phone extraction from Bennett Germany's phone. It is not the state's fault that they did not review those messages. Everything that was on Bennett's phone that was taken from law enforcement was produced to the defense attorney on June the 4th, 2024. Since there had been issues with the state of Mississippi and the defense attorneys claiming that they had not in fact received items, the state went ahead and had them sign something stating that they had received discovery, and also the entire jump drive, now not the external hard drive, but the jump drive that was provided that had the media and electronic data on it, was screenshotted. Ms. Todd signed off on April the 20th, 2024 that she had received all those items, including through bait stamps number 798. When Mr. Camp reached out to me the day before the defense attorneys had provided their expert discovery, I believe it's by email. I can go back and look, Your Honor. I believe responding to him around 5 o'clock, he said something to the effect of, where are the text messages between the kids? And my response was, well, there's 2 places. There's screenshots that you guys were provided, and then there's messages within the actual phone extractions. Your Honor, they had this material. They knew this material existed, and for them to try to claim now that they were not provided that information is disingenuous. And again, this witness took the stand. If they knew this, if he knew this, if they had this information, they met with him previously, why on earth would they be producing it now? We do not believe this is exculpatory. This is something that happened back in November. We're here because the state has charged Carly Gregg with murdering her mother on March the 19th, 2024. We are here because the state has charged Carly Gregg with attempting to murder her stepfather, Heath Smylie, on March the 19th, 2024. And we are here because the state has charged Carly Gregg with tampering with physical evidence for removing the surveillance footage that captured a portion of the incident and hid it in the refrigerator. There is nothing about this text message that would indicate that it is anything other than messages between the defendant and one of her friends who on the stand said he was her best friend. This has not been authenticated. I don't know, Your Honor, without going and putting the phone extraction into my computer, whether or not this message is actually there. But if it is, they've had it since June.
Hold on a second. In a second. I'm going to give you a chance to reply. All right. What documentation do you have to prove that you turned this over to the defense? I believe you said there was a jump drive that contained the phone extract, and I'm familiar with phone extractions. There's no way to extract part of a phone on Celebrite.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay. So did you show me what you got to prove that you turned over a jump drive?
Of course.
And if you need a few minutes to go grab your paperwork, you
I
go.
do not, Judge.
Show it to counsel opposite.
We've had this issue come up previously, so now we have the defense attorney sign saying they picked up material.
All right. Do you have a copy of that we can mark for identification?
This is the only one I have, Your Honor. I can rip it out of the file and make a copy if necessary.
All right. You showed it to counsel opposite, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mark it for identification purposes for the state.
Your Honor, for the record, that bears Ms. Todd's signature and date.
Okay. Just mark it so I can see it. All right, and what you're saying is this jump drive contained digital discovery. Is that correct?
Your Honor, there was a jump drive that the defense brought to our office. That jump drive contains the digital discovery, the physical file, the PDFs, the 2 CDs that we had in our file, as well as we had an external hard drive that had these phone extractions on them. They were put onto the jump drive that Ms. Todd picked up on June the 4th, 2024, as indicated by a hard drive containing phone dumps. Your Honor, there are multiple emails between myself and Ms. Todd that if I need to, I can run upstairs and print off, where I've said, let me know if you can't open a file. Let me know if you don't have something. I said, in fact, hey, I screenshotted 800 pages and scanned it in. Let me know if a single file doesn't open. Mr. Camp and Ms. Todd were attached to all those messages. At no point did they ever say, hey, we don't have Bennett's phone extraction. Again, just because they don't know how to access something, they didn't ask our office for something, or they didn't take the time to review that material, Judge, does not put that burden on the state.
Is there anything else the state wants to move in for the court to look at?
Your Honor, I'd like an opportunity to go upstairs and print all those emails I've talked about, if that would assist the court in any way.
Can you do it within 10 minutes?
I believe so.
All right, we'll be in recess 10 minutes.
In fact,
I'm going to
Mayor,
give you a chance to reply, but I want to see her. It's going to go motion, response, reply, I rule, we're done. Nope, not till I see her documents. I want to complete the state's response. That way you can have a reply. We're not going to have a reply, response, reply. It's going to be motion, response, reply, I rule.
I have to get the little before she pushes
All right,
my
I got 10
printer
minutes.
off the
Senator, I
can.
believe that I could probably just make a copy of all of this, and that would entail my emails back and forth with Ms. Todd regarding discovery. I kept them because I assumed that there at some point would be some sort of argument that we hadn't produced something. But I do not have a copy of this. This is just the one copy I kept for my
Well, I
file.
saw Mr. McDivitt stand up back there. He can make himself useful and cut down on the jury's time. I think everybody in the courtroom knows I don't have a problem with using lawyers and their staff. So give him the email, the email. Mr. McDivitt, you go copy it.
I think that should be everything. I'm gonna make sure that's all of it.
And please bear in mind, I got a jury waiting.
The problem is there's a bunch of staples in there, but I don't know what I got. But I'll keep them. Thanks, sir.
All right. Ms. Gugliano, still don't discuss your testimony with anybody. Well, let me ask this. While he's making copies, would
I
there be
can't
some
say I
objection
disagree.
to us going on ahead and hearing her testimony? I mean, you're asking me to dismiss the charges, basically, Ms. Todd, correct?
F that
Okay.
shit.
Well, if I don't decide to dismiss the charges, we're going to hear Ms. Gugliano's testimony anyway. So rather than wasting the jury's time, I'm going to bring the jury in, let you cross-examine her, let them redirect, and then I can take another break, and maybe copies will be done by then. I'll hear objections to that procedure by the state. Objections to that procedure by the defense. All right, let's bring in the jury. Ms. Newman, get your note. Have a seat.
Alabama is worse. Alabama and Louisiana are the worst. Just
Everybody
saying.
take a deep breath.
That bitch is smiling. She thinks she's gonna get off on these charges. That little fucker. She's my friend. This isn't Alec Baldwin. You're not a millionaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, every day after lunch hour, things get slow, people get a little tired. If you get tired at any point in time, just stand up, okay? Stand up, try to shake off the afternoon sleepiness. All right. Dr. Guglielmo, do you understand you're still under oath and your answers are still sworn answers? Did you discuss your testimony with anyone during the break? All right, you may proceed cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. G.
Good afternoon.
If you recall during your direct examination, Miss Newman asked you about information you received from me. Is it correct in my understanding that you called me?
Yes.
Okay. And I provided information upon your request?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And during an evaluation, when you're evaluating a minor or any person, who's in control of that evaluation?
I am.
And if you felt for any reason that your evaluation was being hindered, either by something with the location or anything else, what would you do?
I would try to take steps if I could to correct it.
Okay. And Dr. G, you mentioned on direct examination with Ms. Newman that there was an occasion in which I interjected or interrupted during your evaluation of Carly.
Yes.
And was that because there was a time or two in which I was aware that Carly was trying to answer a question for you that she didn't know the answer to?
There were a few times where you interjected to tell Carly not to answer if she didn't know, or to just say she did not know. And then there were times that you interjected to prompt Carly.
Yeah, to make sure you had all the information, correct?
I can't say what your intentions were. I'm just saying you
Yeah.
prompted her by giving her, a word or something like that, or mentioning, remember this.
Okay. And Dr. G, you were originally there to do an evaluation on Carly's competency to stand trial and to determine whether or not she was competent at the time of the incident on March 19th. Is that correct?
Yes, her competence at the time to stand trial and her sanity at the time of the alleged offenses.
Okay. And can you, explain, but in the course of your evaluation, you ended up just evaluating whether or not Carly was competent to stand trial, correct?
That's correct.
And that's very different than whether or not she was actually competent at the time of the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have testified for this court once before at a competency hearing. Do you recall that?
In this specific case? Or?
Yes, in this
yes.
case. Yes. And do you recall your testimony in that case that you informed the court that you stopped your evaluation because you became aware that medication might be an issue in Carly's competency at the time on March 19th, and you felt like there was someone else who could evaluate that?
Yes, it was my opinion that it appeared we had started talking, as I mentioned before, about what was going on with Miss Gregg in the month leading up to the alleged offenses, and she mentioned her psychiatric medications and how she stopped one medication and started another a week before the alleged offenses, and that she had some reactions to those medications. So I recommended that a psychiatrist, a forensic psychiatrist, do the evaluation because I could not address whether any side effects or withdrawal symptoms may have been present due to medication, since that's not a specialty area of mine.
Thank you. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Dr. Guglielmo, in fact, you did try to question Ms. Gregg about whether or not she abused prescription medication, didn't you?
I did.
And she refused to provide an answer.
She declined to answer the question.
And are you able to go forward with any evaluation about medication when somebody fails to provide you information about it? Their abuse of medication.
If their abuse, no. No, if you're asking specifically about abuse, no, but there are other questions that I would have asked later in the interview about medications if I was evaluating her sanity.
And I believe you shared earlier that you did in fact render an opinion regarding her competency and her ability to recall facts, and that was that she is competent. Is that correct?
Yes, it was my opinion that she was competent to recall facts in relation to being competent to stand trial. I'm not saying how much she may or may not be able to recall of the alleged offenses.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused by the state,
Yes, sir.
by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, y'all approach. You can stand in.
Thank you.
I'm so like fucking annoyed with the defense right now. I've disliked them from the very start. Can't get over it, but to bring up something, and I guarantee you he did not approach them on the lunch hour and say, "Hey, I have text messages." He did testify. This kid testified. If he wanted to bring up those fucking text messages, he should have brought it up then. And I guarantee you it was on the screen that it was on the phone extraction, because like the judge said, you can't extract part of the phone. So it either wasn't on his phone and it was backed up on something the state didn't even have.
We have some things that we have to take up outside your presence. And we'll ask you to go ahead, step back to the jury room for just hopefully a few minutes. When I say a few, 20, maybe 30. And I apologize, this is my fault, okay? So I know it's in and out, but nonetheless, just take a breather. Give us about 30 minutes, all right? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Oh, I completely agree. This was planned. This was not. No, this was not a. He brought it to them at their attention. Like, no, bitch, it's not. Like the phone was attracted. It was either in the cloud, something that, because I have shit that like isn't on my phone until my phone hits internet access, and then I'll like my iPad. Nothing's on my iPad, and all of a sudden I get like Wi-Fi access, and it's shit. Ooh, veteran nation. Skipper, she's married, by the way. Your prosecutor of the prosecutor of your dreams is married.
Hopefully the emails be back. All right. All right.
I'm gonna need a stiff drink for this one.
We'll be in recess till 1:05.
Sweet baby freaking Jesus. Like Ung Hung Hero, is this on the really, Skipper? Does this border on the does this border on the fucking, I can't even describe this. Like right now I can't even come up with words. Like, does this qualify as the dumpster Jesus? And now I can't find my hair tie. I'll be right back. All right. We're about to go like full bitch mode. Oh, Veteran Nation, did you get my Twitter DM? I highly if you want to see me go full bitch mode on my chat, let yeah. This is a bit of a dumpster. Just have to return a text message. Yeah, judge went to sneak a stiff drink. So Yeah, basically, we came back from lunch. For those of you who are just tuning in, we came back from lunch, and the first thing the defense says is, they said, the the prosecution didn't bring up text messages from the kid who testified yesterday. But the state, Katherine, the prosecutor of your dreams, is pissed. She said, we've had this problem with other defenses, so we make sure that we have the defense sign a paper that says we received everything. So, and the judge even said it himself. The judge even said it himself, that when you extract a phone in whatever he said the program they use, I can't remember what it is. But in that program, you can extract part of a phone. You get all or nothing. So everything that was on his phone at the time the police had it was turned over. I don't know what the defense is claiming, that they either didn't get it or they couldn't open it. But right now we're in recess because the defense attorney, the prosecutor, Katherine, has emails back and forth with one of the defense attorneys, Bridgett Todd, about how, let me know if you can't open anything. Do you have everything? Did everything open? And one of her staff members, her aides, is going to produce those emails as we speak. Because this is the defense knowing that their bullshit isn't working, so they're trying to do their last ditch effort and get these charges dismissed. Yeah, no. This kid testified. And they had talked to this kid, the defense had talked to this kid before he testified. So if there was an issue with anything he had to say, the defense should have known about it way before this. And then the little bitch, I'm sorry, but Carly Gregg, in my opinion, is a little bitch. She was smiling, thinking this is a fucking joke. No, bitch. This isn't a joke. You unalived your mother, and nobody is denying that. Not even you. So at the end of the day, whether you were insane or not, you still killed somebody. And you shot your stepdad, who for some reason is obsessed with protecting your ass, which I don't get. About 5 minutes ago. Well, about right when court came back from lunch. All I can say is move. I don't know what you want me to do about that. Yeah, the defense has been all over. They're all over the place, and this is one of their BS games. And I remind to anybody who wasn't familiar with this case before you started watching it on my channel, who didn't watch all the pretrial hearings, discovery deadline was July 28th. July 28th was the discovery deadline. The defense did not hire their witness or till after that. The defense's witness did not write his report until September 3rd. So the defense has very little room to talk about the fact about discovery or anything that was or was not turned over. They didn't hire their fucking expert until a month after the discovery deadline. And she's about to climb on the table. And you're not drinking my coffee? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You must be out of your mind, kid. I'm going to move the chair back so that she doesn't knock herself over. Here you go. There you go. There. Oh boy. I had to move her back because she climbed up on the chair. Oh. Yeah. Baby squid. I almost feel like we should stream hop over and watch the Sarah Boone trial. But It's like, you know, like I just can't. Like, it's one of those freaking things where I'm like, I just can't deal with this defense. Like 4 days. This kid testified. I can't there's only so much I can repeat. This kid testified and didn't even bring this up. Yeah, those are called tag chasers. Well, you know that. Let's see. We are going to I just can't. Like, I just can't with these people. Like, are all defense attorneys really this dumb? Or is this just a like what the actual fuck? Like, sorry, this is squid, full squid, and nothing but the squid. Like, this is what the actual. Yeah, well, most do. Because I'm sorry, but young military men ain't the brightest and are very easily taken advantage of, because a lot of, and Skipper, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but in my experience, having to live in the barracks sucks. But if you get married, you get that BAH money. Do you see this child? Get your butt off the table. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I boomered it.
The Miranda rights form, the homicide detective actually reads it from a card. And I believe she read it incorrectly and she left out the main question at the end. So the proper thing to do is to get that information and make sure it's verified before you file in good faith a motion to suppress her statements. Well, the state attorney has tremendous power. I've made this request, what was it, September the 10th. Now it's, the 19th. And I'm in line with other public records requests there at the Orange County Sheriff's Department as to when I get this information. The state attorney could have gotten it the very next day if they would have made that request. That's why I filed the specific motion for the additional evidence. Time was of the essence. The court denied my motion on September 3rd to continue the case. We've got about 18 or 19 days left for trial. I'm still waiting. I've still got to receive that information. I've got to file the motion. I've got to set it for a hearing. I've got to subpoena the two homicide detectives. We've got to have a hearing with 18, 19 days left. I'm still waiting on this information from the sheriff. I've made a good faith attempt. Time is ticking. The state could get that information to me tomorrow. Thank you.
Response.
So Sarah Boone has 2 attorneys now. I will be going over all this stuff when I actually get time, because the Carly Gregg
Your Honor,
trial has
it's
been.
not Mr. Owens who's on trial. It's Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone was interviewed by the Orange County Sheriff's Office on February 24th and 25th of 2020.
I am keeping an eye on the
Now,
other trial.
4 years and 7 months later, there's this exigency, not created by us, created by them. It's the defendant who has not done this for 4 years and 7 months. Now, turning to the merits of this, they are asking for discovery from a third party. any discovery request, whether it is of the state or of a third party, has to involve allegations that this information is reasonably calculated to
table.
lead to admissible evidence or be pertinent to some analysis in this case. They have not stated why in their motion, and the arguments in court today do not state why it's pertinent either. The case law does not say statements are inadmissible or only used for impeachment if the law enforcement officer violates policy. There's no case law that says statements are inadmissible or only used for impeachment purposes if they don't read from their Miranda card properly. What the case law states is statements are inadmissible if there are Miranda violations and only used for impeachment, or if statements are involuntary, basically through promises, then they can't be used for any reason. But nowhere in this analysis does it matter to any degree what a standard issued Miranda rights card looks like or what their policy is on interviewing. What they do have and what the defendant has had since February or April or whenever discovery went out in 2020 was a videotape of these interviews. There has been absolutely nothing stopping anybody from filing a motion to suppress if they believed under the case law, relief could be granted under the law. And the law does not have any analysis regarding standardized issued Miranda cards or policies of law enforcement agencies. And I don't believe that's admissible at trial either. If they did not violate the Constitution of the state of Florida or the United States in compelling an involuntary statement or by violating the dictates of Miranda versus Arizona, then questions about whether they read from their right standard card or if they violated policy should not be admitted in trial because it does not help the jury understand whether or not an element of the crime has been proven. It's not a part of the lengthy jury instruction now that we give about defendants' statements. There's nothing in there about, well, did they violate their Miranda card? Did they violate their policy? So first of all, the state's position is they have not asserted the materiality needed to get discovery ordered by this court, which would be reasonably calculated to lead to admissible evidence or to lead to it being found inadmissible by the court. And then secondly, it's on them to conduct this discovery, and coming in and saying that I can snap my fingers or not snap my fingers and get it for them instantly isn't evidence either. So it's our position that their request should be denied, primarily because it's immaterial, and then secondarily because it's on them. She's been aware of these statements since February 24th and February 25th of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Response to the materiality, please.
Judge, I believe the prosecutor is wrong. One of the jury instructions, standard jury instruction in criminal cases said that essentially a statement has been placed before you that's made by the defendant. And I don't have the language here, but it should be weighed with great care and caution to make sure it was freely and voluntarily made. These are some, but not all of the circumstances that you should consider in deciding whether or not the statement that was made by the defendant was freely and voluntarily made. If you decide that it was not freely and voluntarily made, that evidence should not be considered by you in this cause. So even if we filed the motion, we got the information, the additional discovery that we need in good faith for me to file it, if we received the information, I typed up the motion, we had a hearing, the two detectives testified, and the court ruled that the statements were not suppressible, I could still bring those facts into the trial of how the mistakes that were made by this lead detective in the coercive statements that she made, as well as not giving the full Miranda rights form and getting a full consent from my client, that goes into evidence for the jury to decide whether or not to consider the statement at all. Thank you.
So where's the violation of the Constitution then? Assuming you're correct and assuming that the Miranda card, something was missing, what's the issue?
It's coercive. The statements that the lead detective, the female detective makes, there's 2 or 3 statements she makes.
Now you have to understand, I'm in a vacuum here because I haven't watched the video. I'm not asking you to play it.
I probably should have.
But I need a little bit more context as to these statements? Because I have unfortunately no frame of
But
reference.
she says that, number one, the date of this event, they seized her phone at the scene. She was told that they were going to bring her phone back to her, back at her apartment, the very next afternoon. The female detective called her, or Sarah called the female detective about the phone. The female detective said, I'm pregnant, I'm not feeling well, I don't want to drive out there to give you your phone. Would you please come to the sheriff's department so that get the phone? He said, no, we got it back here in this room. Come back here in this room and we'll get it. When they walk back in there,
Question, I'm monitoring the law and crime feed, the other law and crime feed on my
There's a list of things that she was wanting to ask them. And the female detective says, look, we got the autopsy back from the medical examiner. We've got to talk to you about that. 2 times she said, we must, I don't think it's must, we've got to talk to you. She goes, okay. So I got to read you these Miranda rights again. And
Again,
she had read them. There was a statement that Sarah Boone gave. Of course, she gave a general statement to the first deputy that responded to the scene. She was wearing a body cam, so that deputy had called the 2 homicide detectives, but it took them a while to get there. So she asked Sarah Boone what had happened, and Sarah explained that situation. After the detectives got there, they took a general statement from Sarah, but at some point they got into one of the squad cars. And I believe it
hit
was
the
Sarah
like button
Boone.
if
I
you
believe
think
it was
that
the
this
female detective
lawyer
and
is
the
going
male
to give you a
detective.
migraine.
And she was read Miranda rights, again, incorrectly, and she gave a statement. So now the next day, she's back in the interrogation room with the 2 deputies, the 2 detectives, and the lead detective says, we've got to talk to you about this autopsy. Giving her the impression that's what they were going to talk about. But I've got to read you these Miranda rights. And she said something, and Sarah said, protocol? Because they had told her in the first Miranda rights that this is just protocol. We have to do this before we speak to you. And she said, yes, protocol. So based on those statements that we've got to talk.
That was my question.
We've got the autopsy. Led Sarah to believe that they're going to talk about the autopsy. In addition, then she starts in the Miranda judge, she made a mistake on it. I don't know if it's an honest mistake, but in her probable cause statement, she said, I read the rights verbatim. The constitutional Miranda rights, I read to her verbatim. That is not true. Fortunately, we have it on audio. Fortunately, we have it on video. There is a legitimate question about whether that statement, that 2-hour interrogation, is admissible in this trial. That's what I'm going to show the court. I'd like to get their policy just to see.
what does the policy have to do if those statements were inadmissible? What does the policy have anything to do with that analysis?
To see if they.
Because if you're saying you have a deposition, I'm assuming it's a deposition of the female detective.
Go,
So I read
Craig,
it
go.
verbatim, and you're
No,
telling,
that's in the probable cause statement.
okay, that it was read verbatim. Okay,
Yes,
excuse
that
me.
formulated the arrest report. It was the supplemental report or either the actual probable cause report.
And the representation in there is, it was read verbatim.
That's
Now,
correct.
you've reviewed that interrogation. It's your position that it was not read verbatim. What does the policy have anything to do with that issue?
I think,
That's a simple constitutional issue, right?
yes.
If there's a case law that buttresses that position, and that de facto is a violation of the Constitution, ergo, that confession or statements are not admissible because of the violation of the Constitution. What does the policy or the Miranda card have anything to do with anything if you have the video and the audio?
Well, the Miranda card is going to show that she actually omitted the last question. Okay? So the Miranda card is there for a reason. I don't know if they have them in the interrogation room or every deputy or homicide detective is issued that card, but it's a small card but I believe it's going to say on there that you've got to get the waiver. There's 2 questions at the end, which is, did you understand the rights that I've just read to you? And the next question, understanding these rights, do you agree to speak with us now? That question was not read. It was omitted. I don't know why. She's sitting there reading it, and
Does the fact that that question was not read impact constitutionally under case law the admissibility of those statements?
I believe so, along
That doesn't
with
answer
her
my
other 2
question.
statements.
Respectfully, that doesn't answer my question. I understand what your belief is, but where's the case law that you can provide to the court?
I'm not ready for that, Judge.
Okay.
I'm going to file a motion to suppress, and I'll supply you with the case law, but I'm not ready for that. But the reason I wanted the policy, getting back to your first question, is because I'm sure the policy is going to say you don't make any pre-Miranda statements like, we've got to talk. We've got to talk about this autopsy. Those type statements are improper, that they're used to coerce somebody to talk. And I understand that.
Ladies and
detectives,
gentlemen,
they have
this
these
is
videos,
the
these
Judge
2-minute
Thomas's
video, the
version if
short
he was a
second
lawyer.
video, and they had found it on her phone. So the homicide detective was chewing at the bit to get her to talk. So she was trying to induce or influence her to speak to them and to not exercise a fundamental right, not to speak to them without a lawyer being present. So she made those 2 statements preliminarily that I believe the policy is going to say you don't do.
Okay. Mr. J, anything else, sir?
Just, the Orange County Sheriff's Office doesn't set the policy for what is admissible evidence in court. The United States Supreme Court does, the Florida Supreme Court does, the 6 DCA courts do, and then ultimately, following their guidance, you will decide whether or not a statement is admissible in the state's case in chief, or if it's only available for impeachment. But whether or not, let's say hypothetically, she read the Miranda card 100% accurately, she followed policy 100% accurately. The state of Florida can't come in and say, Judge, I know they violated U.S. Supreme Court case law, but they followed the sheriff's office's policy, so these statements are clearly admissible. And the contrast is exactly the same. Whether or not they followed policy or read the Miranda card accurately has nothing to do with the analysis as to whether these statements are going to be admissible or only admissible for impeachment. And I don't believe that under the case law, they can come in if those statements are admissible and argue to the jury, they violated policy. They didn't review, they didn't read everything on their card. They violated. How does that help the jury decide whether or not the statement's voluntary? It doesn't matter what the policy is. It doesn't matter what the card is. What matters is whether or not they say the words that are required by the United States Supreme Court or the Florida Supreme Court or the 6 DCAs. That's what matters. That is what determines the bar for the admissibility in the case in chief or an impeachment.
Thank you. All right. Thank you both for your arguments and your positions. In reviewing the authority provided by the state, which the defense has conceded is taken in, is what it is. I think state versus right is the guiding light for the court here. 803 Southern 2nd, 379. In reviewing that analysis, the defense has put forth an effort to do so. It's not up to the state to prove up anything for the defense. At this point in time, both motions for additional discovery are denied in accordance with State v. Right. Moving now
Sit
to
down. Get out. Bye.
the
Maybe someday I'll
defense's
get some
motion to
buttons.
appoint forensic psychologist filed September 2, and defense's motion to appoint crime scene reconstructionist and death investigator filed September 2. I did receive JACS's response in that my judicial assistant confirmed that they are not asking to participate in this hearing. And we did confirm that earlier this week. Similar to the other motions that we've heard today, I have reviewed them. Mr. Owens, you may proceed with anything else, sir.
Judge, I have filed the amended motion for declaration of indigency and payment of due process cost.
I did see that, sir.
And then there are 3 motions. I don't know if you got the third one.
This dude, man.
Are
Like,
you referring to the motion to return property?
he's the
No,
lawyer version of
relating
Scaraboon.
relating to cost. Relating
I
to,
He hasn't written the
know
judge
that I
love letters
have. I'm
either.
just going by what the notice of hearing reflected. So no, I don't.
I filed a second amended notice of hearing. I don't know if you got that.
Was it forwarded to my office? Because if it wasn't, I don't know.
I'll
that I
have to
got it
ask
yet.
Margaret.
I'm not sure that I want to
don't
go
know.
through all of
Okay.
these
But I filed a
motions.
second amended notice of hearing. Can I give
Please.
you my copy?
All right,
And Mr. J, have you seen that, sir?
time out from they's back. Thanks for being patient with switching back and forth, but it was so much better to kind of hop over and see what Sarah Boone's attorney was trying to argue than sit and just talk to each other. Because as much as I like to talk, I can only say so much about this stupid defense team.
Mark them all as a composite next to number.
Your Honor, for the record, while we were out, the state went upstairs and grabbed a copy of our external hard drive that had the phone extractions on them. We opened that extraction. It was dated April the 30th. It included Bennett Germany's cell phone. We found the messages that Ms. Todd showed the court are in fact on that external hard drive found within the phone extraction that was turned over to them on June the 4th. Ms. Todd is currently in the process. She initially told me she did not have Cellbrite on that file. I showed her on her jump drive where she had it, and she's currently in the process of opening up Bennett Germany's cell phone extraction that was produced on June the 4th.
Your Honor, I have it open right now if I can respond.
Hold on, time.
You just wasted the court's time.
Mark Friday. Is there any further response from the state?
Well, Your Honor, the fact that the witness took the stand already.
Okay,
Uh,
so let's finish up the response.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Again, motion, response, reply, I rule.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, they were provided the information. This witness has taken the stand already. He could have been asked anything that they wanted to about these text messages. Their motion was that it was exculpatory and that it wasn't turned over. In fact, it was turned over. Your Honor, I don't know any other way to say it that they have it.
All right, proceed. Reply by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. If you will recall at our hearing on June 4th of 2023, which I have a transcript of, at that day, this court told the defense the state to provide all discovery to the state by 5 o'clock that day. The court then asked me if I, in fact, on page 65 of that, 66 of that transcript, the court says, Ms. Todd, do you have an external hard drive you can turn over to the state? And I said, yes, Your Honor, I do. It said, you owe that to them by 4 o'clock today. And at that point, Your Honor, I did provide an external hard drive to the state before 4 p.m. that day. The state, I think Katherine was just a little mistaken when she said the state gave me these files in digital on the thumb drive. They weren't on the thumb drive. They were on a hard drive, and on the hard drive, it contained specific screenshots from March 19th with Bennett, and then a different section.
I don't know.
The
The minor witnesses were not on camera or audio, so I don't know.
Not in chronological order. There doesn't really even seem to be a date order, but I did type in one of the words from Bennett's text message.
I need buttons.
That I gave you on March 28th, which was zoned out, and it's not pulling anything up.
Do you know how to use the Cellbrite extraction? Do you know how to use the Cellbrite tool, Ms. Todd?
Yes,
No.
So you've looked for it in the reader.
Yes, in fact, it even says here, select the current words. And when Ms. Newman typed it in on her computer, she typed in zone and it pulled up that particular text message, but it's not pulling it up on this one.
Oh, Tammy, it's been a day.
Or maybe it's just her and see its impact on her.
Sure.
Oh my god. Freaking Todd looks like he has a damn migraine. Because that's where I rub my head when I have a headache. Right here. Tension headache. Oh my god, I love this judge. He's like the Mississippi version of Cranick. Oh. And he's not been happy with these defense attorneys. Many hearings back.
Did you find it, Miss Todd?
Oh my God.
Yes, Your Honor, I did provide it.
So you did in fact receive it.
Yes, Your Honor.
That look right there.
Ms. Todd will say this, when you accuse a prosecutor of a Brady violation, if she had in fact committed a Brady violation, it should be terminated. That's a very serious allegation. Now, as far as Brady versus Maryland, this is the court's ruling. First, the court finds that the defendant did receive it. As such, there is no Brady violation. Second of all, the first prong is that the state possessed evidence favorable to the defendant, including impeachment evidence. In fact, what I've read in this is does contain impeachment evidence, but it impeaches Mr. Bennett Germany and your client. This talks about drug usage back to November of 2023, when their testimony is she didn't begin using drugs in any form till January.
Oh shit.
Second, that the defendant does not possess the evidence, nor could she obtain it with any reasonable diligence. As this court, in fact, the defendant did have it. And obtaining it with any reasonable diligence, as I recall, Mr. Bennett Germany testified that he was her best friend and that he got on a bike and rode several miles to come see her on the day she said she needed help. I think Mr. Bennett Germany has been more than available to Mr. Gregg. Third prong is that the prosecution suppressed the favorable evidence. In fact, they turned it over. And finally, that had the evidence been disclosed to the defense, a reasonable probability exists that the outcome of the proceedings would have been different. If I'm being frank, this reads more like she has some crush on some boy named Anthony, and that
This is why 14-year-olds shouldn't get cell
a whole
phones.
bunch of use of taking drugs and sleeping pills. I don't see where that would create a reasonable probability of a different outcome. And finally, the court would note that the state has no duty to search out and discover all possible exculpatory evidence. For those reasons, the motion to dismiss the case for a Brady violation will be denied. All right.
Denied. Sit down, Bridgett.
I'll give these back to the
You
court.
just wasted an hour of time. An hour.
All right. Anything further from the state before we bring in the jury?
Yes, sir.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Bring it in.
I need buttons. I have to talk to IT Goatee about how I make that happen. All right, while they're bringing the jury in, I'm going to take time to read, to use the restroom and figure out why my my living room light keeps going.
State, get its next witness on the front row, please. Oh, he was already here. I'm sorry. All right, thank y'all for bearing with me. I apologize. That was my fault, but I think we're ready to proceed now, okay? State may call its next witness.
State calls Dr. Jason Pickett.
Adjust yourself up to the microphone so I speak directly into it. Make sure you speak loud enough that lady on the back row can hear you, okay? Yes, sir. You understand your down to earth, your answers, your sworn answers under penalty of perjury. I do, Your Honor. All right, you may proceed.
Dr. Pickett, if you would introduce yourself, please.
Hey, my name is Jason Pickett, Pickett. I am a board certified psychiatrist. I am a board certified emergency physician and a board certified forensic psychiatrist.
So I want to break that down one at a time. Tell us about you are a board certified psychiatrist, what that means.
That means I did a residency in psychiatry. I did it at the University of Virginia. And I treat patients with mental illness, anxiety, depression, OCD, PTSD. I work at the North Mississippi State Hospital where I see patients who've been committed to the state hospital. Most of my patients have a serious mental illness, which is typically schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, schizoaffective disorder, things like that.
As a emergency medicine physician, can you describe for us what that is?
Yes, as an emergency physician, I work in the emergency department and I treat emergencies. So stroke, heart attack, car wrecks, psychosis, acute, altered mental state. Patients are brought in by police, paramedics, family, so whatever can walk in the front door.
And we heard from Dr. Gugliano earlier about what a forensic psychologist does, but what is it that a forensic psychiatrist does?
So a forensic psychiatrist, we do a lot of the things that a forensic psychologist does, but we also have the expert experience from residency dealing with and prescribing medications. So we're better qualified to consider medications and how they may benefit or harm somebody related to, in a forensic realm, it's related to maybe a crime or competency to stand trial, sanity at the time of their mental state at the time of the offense and such. So
I want to talk about, kind of back up before you got your certification and talk about if you could give us the benefit of your educational history.
yes, so I went to Mississippi College and have a bachelor's from there, a master's degree from there. Then I went to the University of Mississippi Medical Center for medical school. Then I stayed at the University of Mississippi Medical Center where I did a 3-year emergency medicine residency, completed that, and immediately after finishing that, I went to Virginia and started a second residency in psychiatry. Completed that, worked as an emergency physician throughout that training, periodically here and there as much as I could. And then I did a 1-year fellowship after completing the psychiatry residency in forensic psychiatry where I stayed in Virginia. And that included 2 days a week, I would go to the state hospital in Virginia where I would see patients pertaining to competency and sanity. And then 2 days I was at the ILPPP, it's the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy, where there's a lot of forensic psychologists and we work on forensic cases together. And then 1 day a week, I would go down to the women's prison and see patients there as typically a general psychiatrist, but it's in a correctional setting. So.
And when you're doing this fellowship, you're actually already licensed to practice medicine.
Yeah. To some degree, I have my MD. You get that when you graduate medical school. So I had that throughout my ER residency and my psychiatry residency and my forensic fellowship. And I was moonlighting as an ER doctor while I'm doing the second residency and fellowship just to pay some bills. But so yeah, I was able to practice medicine throughout all that.
Do you have to take a test or get any kind of certification before you can be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes, you have to do a 1-year fellowship, which you have to apply for. In the state of Virginia, they only take one applicant a year. And fortunately, I was blessed enough to receive that position, which was an honor. And I was very thankful for my training there. Then after completing that, you have to take a board certification, which is expensive and takes a lot of time and money, but I did it and passed, and I'm happy.
And where is it that you're licensed?
We would accept him as I think they're wanting to have him as an expert in general psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and emergency
Medicine.
We don't object to that.
All right, he'll be admitted as an expert in the area of general psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and emergency medicine. You can continue with your questioning about the witness's qualifications if you wish.
No, sir. No need for that. Dr. Pickett, have you, I do want to ask about this. Prior to being involved in this case, have you had the opportunity to perform mental evaluations of defendants?
Yes. In my fellowship, I had on the forensic unit at the state hospital, by definition with the forensics, most of them had some kind of criminal or some kind of crime related to their mental health. And so I would evaluate their competency to stand trial to see, do they understand? Do they meet all the qualifications and such? So yes.
And we heard Dr. Gugliano talk about there's a list in the state of Mississippi of forensic, either psychologists or psychiatrists that are certified to perform these types of evaluations through the Department of Health. Do you know, are you one of those?
Yes, I am.
And how many forensic psychiatrists are there in the state of Mississippi that have gone through the qualification to perform the mental evaluations through the Department of Health?
I don't know how many have gone through the process, because you do have to apply and go through those credentials. In my opinion, would be qualified if they wanted to do the process. I don't know how many did the process, but there's only about, I think, 6 in the state of Mississippi. And as far as forensic psychiatrists go, not all of them are practicing. And many of the forensic psychologists are actually out of state. Some of them are out of state that we have. And the list is not very long.
When you are asked to do, in your previous evaluations, when you're asked to determine whether somebody is either mentally competent or insane for trial purposes, who usually hires you, or who are you doing that on behalf of?
To date, I'd say 99% has been the defense. This is my first case being retained for the prosecution. But I do want to make it clear that I remember when we first talked, regardless of whoever brings me into the case, my opinion is my own, and I take great pride and responsibility in that. And regardless of who gets me involved, I let them know from the beginning that my report may fall on your side or it may not, and that's that.
And when you were retained by the state, we agreed to that, right?
We did.
Can you explain, and I know you were present for Dr. Clark's testimony and that you were in the courtroom for Dr. Gugliano's testimony, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same insanity standard. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen what the McNaughton standard is in the state of Mississippi?
Sure. So the McNaughton standard for insanity, it does vary from state to state. In Mississippi, it is named after Daniel McNaughton, a guy in 1843 he thought he was killing the prime minister, and he actually killed like a secretary, and he was found insane. And so at that time, they came up with a law, again, this was 1843, I believe, where you have to have a threshold mental illness just to consider insanity. If you want to move forward, you have to have at least a mental illness. Once you have that mental illness, that's like your ticket. That's like you cannot pass go without that ticket. So you get that diagnosis, and then we can consider the other prongs of this standard. And for McNaughton, it is, did the individual understand the nature and the quality of what they were doing at the time of the offense? That's one. The next one is, did the individual understand the wrongfulness of what they were doing? And so you may have a mental illness, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, PTSD, whatever it is, but that does not equal insanity by the McNaughton standard. You have to meet the other prongs.
I want to talk about those prongs, Dr. Pickett. You said to know the nature and quality of the acts you were doing. Can you kind of break that down and explain that for us?
Yeah. So nature, to understand is, from my understanding, is a relatively low bar. It's a knowledge. You know what you're doing. It's a fact-based knowledge. An appreciation, in my opinion, would be a higher standard of you. I think, as Dr. Gugliano testified to earlier, you would also understand the social implications and the ramifications. It's a higher standard. But in Mississippi, according to the Mississippi Rules 12 of Criminal Procedures, which talks about the standard and such, there's simply an understanding. Did this individual know what they were doing? Did they understand the nature? For example, understanding the nature. Let's say somebody is really psychotic. They are out of their mind. They are squeezing a lemon. Or they think they're squeezing a lemon. And they're squeezing, and then in reality, instead of squeezing a lemon, they're choking somebody to death. They would not, in that instance, understand or have an appreciation or an understanding of the nature and quality of what they're doing. They think they're squeezing a lemon, when in reality, they're choking somebody to death. Or, yeah, so that's basically that.
And as far as the second part of that prong, did they know right from wrong? Did they know wrongfulness? I think we all kind of are taught as children right from wrong, but can you describe for us in a legal stance what that means?
Yeah, so in Mississippi, the second prong is, did they know, have an understanding of the wrongfulness of their acts? And in Mississippi, it's a legal wrongfulness, just simply knowing that it's illegal, not even necessarily morally wrong. In other states, it's a moral, like, yes, I know it's illegal to do that, but it might not be morally wrong. I have to, let's say, yes, I know murder is illegal, but I have to kill this alien to save America. So they wouldn't understand the nature because they're psychotic and delusional, and they wouldn't understand the wrongfulness morally because they think it's an alien and they have to kill this alien to save America. So morally, they might not think that was wrong in that example. But in the state of Mississippi, it's simply a knowing legally that it is wrong.
And so just to clarify, even if they didn't morally know it was wrong to kill that alien, they thought it was an alien in Mississippi, you still don't get to insanity.
Correct.
In this particular case, well, who was the defendant?
Miss Carly Madison Gregg.
And did you have the opportunity to interview Miss Carly Madison Gregg?
I did.
What other information? Let me take a step back, Dr. Pickett. I apologize. Did you perform an evaluation and prepare a report in this case?
I did.
And did you render opinions regarding Carly Madison Gregg in that report?
I did. I met with Miss Carly Gregg on August 30th for about 4.5 hours here with Attorney Todd, and I rendered a decision that was based on my interview with Carly, my extensive review of a lot of discovery, my training, education, experience, and knowledge. I pulled on all of that to surmise a opinion.
And was that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it was.
And the items that you're talking about that you reviewed, the interview with the defendant, the mountain of discovery, talks with my office. Did you also talk with Miss Todd?
Yes.
I would have
To
been
some
like the
degree. I
mountain of
talked to her, I
discovery,
think,
even the ones she didn't
mostly
see.
during the evaluation and occasionally via email correspondence.
In relying on those things, is that something that a similar situated forensic psychiatrist would rely upon in rendering his opinions?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about, well, I want to talk to you first. Let's talk about what your opinion is regarding Carly Gregg's sanity, and then I want to back up to how we got there.
Okay.
So what was your ultimate opinion as to whether or not Carly Gregg was insane at the time of the murder, attempted murder, and tampering with physical evidence on March the 19th, 2024?
I'm happy to discuss my opinion, but I do want to say the ultimate opinion is for the fact finders to decide, and I would just offer my opinion. So I do not want to speak to the ultimate decision, but I just want to lay out my opinion based on everything that I have researched and written and read and done. So my opinion is that Carly does not meet Mississippi's standard for insanity at the time of the offense, and that she knew the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions during that day.
So, Dr. Pickett, I want to take you back to the things that you reviewed. You talked about a mountain of discovery. We've seen in the courtroom, we've seen some videos from that day. Did you have the opportunity to review those?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider those in rendering your opinion?
Yes. When you say those, I've seen the garage video footage. I've seen the Wise video camera footage from the dining room. I've seen body camera from the officers. I reviewed several of those. So I have seen a lot of video.
I want to take you back to your interview of Carly Gregg. When did you say that happened?
August 30th of 2024.
And who was present during that interview?
Me, Attorney Todd, and Miss Carly Gregg.
In your practice, is it common for a attorney or a defense attorney to be present during your evaluation?
It's not common. Most of the time I do my evaluations for the defense. And so most of the time they don't come, and they know that I'm there most of the time. But no, they can be there. It's not standard that they are, but they can. And it's not a problem if they are.
In this particular case, in your report, you noted that Ms. Todd was present, but there was something that stood out to you about the participation in this evaluation. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
Yes. So at the beginning of the evaluation, Attorney Todd told me that, hey, there's some things that Carly doesn't like to talk about, so I will have to prompt her. And I told her, that's fine, especially in adolescence and a 15-year-old. When I see patients outside of here, parents are often involved. That's not unheard of. They have to prompt them. That's totally okay. As the evaluation went on, though, it seemed to be significantly more than just simple prompting. It seemed to become very leading questions, close-ended questions, interjecting particular things and redirecting the conversation at specific times. And in my report, which is 85 pages, I do list examples of this, and I can go through that if that's desired. But it did seem excessive, and it seemed like I was being led somewhere in some of the examples.
And what was your opinion as to why you were being led?
I really don't want to speculate as to why a defense attorney might, interject so much. It did seem calculated to me, and like there may be some secondary gain in trying to fool me into believing something. In my experience, most of the time when patients are experiencing these things, they do not really need a lot of prompting. Most of the time, if they're suffering with severe mental illness, auditory hallucinations, these scary dissociative spells, they will volunteer that information usually and be able to tell me very vividly and without prompting what they're suffering with.
And just to be clear, Dr. Pickett, it was not your intention to pick on Attorney Todd, right?
No.
You simply noted that in your report because you found it unusual.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about during your evaluation and your review of the discovery materials, did you ever find any evidence of drug use by Carly?
Yes. There's a lot of mention from her friends, and which, I try not to put too much weight into that because that can be hearsay, opinion, text messages here and there about substances, but there was a lot of it, which made me think there could be more involved here with substances. And it seems like that was the trigger or the impetus for the conversation on the 19th between her and her mother. So I do think substance abuse is relevant.
Did you also review the results of a drug screen of Miss Gregg?
I did.
Could you tell us what a little bit about that?
Yes. There was a drug screen that was obtained, I believe, at the juvenile center after she was detained, and it tested positive for cannabinoids.
Did you have the opportunity to review the Vital Core records also?
I got some records from Region 8 afterwards. I did not get the vital records afterwards. Only it may have been in Discovery, but by that time, I think I had already written my report. And what was in the records, medical records, mental health records after the fact, to me is highly skeptical. And so I don't necessarily put a lot of weight on what was said after the fact, given the very large suspected secondary gain.
Dr. Pickett, if there were another drug screen in the Vital Core records that showed the presence of marijuana, what would that indicate to you?
It would indicate that she had used marijuana at some point in the recent history of that drug test.
I want to talk to you about some of the other things, Dr. Pickett, that you relied on in your evaluation of Carly Gregg. May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 11, and it does not appear these pages are numbered, so I just kind of want to go through them in order.
Okay.
Does that look like something that you reviewed previously?
Yes.
If you could tell the ladies and gentlemen, what's on the very first page of one of the journals and or sketchbooks or scratch pads from Ms. Gregg's room?
It says water, fire, earth, air. Water, fire, earth, air. Water, fire, earth, air. Fire is circled, and it says, I choose fire. It is powerful, beautiful, and deadly. These are the traits I desire, so I choose fire! Exclamation mark.
And did you consider that whenever you were rendering your ultimate opinion?
I take everything into consideration that I have that I can. When I look at this in these journals, there's a lot of things in these journals, and I took the time to look through them, and some of them are concerning. Some of them I question the truthfulness of it. Is it more theatrical? Is it truthful? I think it's hard to know, but I try to use my judgment as I'm reading it in the context. This one seems to me that she writes down in her journal that she desires powerful, beautiful, and deadly.
What were some of the other journal entries that stood out to you, Dr. Pickett?
Can I look at my report, please?
Sure.
Okay. So one of the journals, I think this is the Brown Journal. It says in the beginning.
If he's gonna refer back, can you just tell us what page he's referring to?
This would be, I'm sorry, this says entry January, it would be the first, I think it's the first one on January 2023, 2024, the Brown.
Yeah, if you can tell me what page.
You didn't base
They're not bait stamped. That's what I said. It's hard to tell because they're not bait stamped.
And I think what you say.
Is anybody else completely annoyed every time the defense even opens their mouth, even if they're just trying to find a page? Like, I'm so over them and their bull crap.
Page 20. He's on page 20 of his report.
Page 20, under the subsection.
Regarding Carly's journal.
If you would proceed, Dr. Pickett.
Okay, thank you. So it says in the first entry of this journal, I know one of y'all is going to read this eventually, which I guess I have no control over. So to me, the very first entry of this journal, she acknowledges that there's going to be an audience. Somebody's going to read this journal, and she suggests that she has no control over that. And so as I think about that, I ask myself, is this a personal journal where somebody puts things that they are really trying to keep secret? Or is this a budding, articulate author that describes things for theatrical reasons? And so as I go on, there's other things that make me say that. For instance, she talks about various movie reviews. One of them was Pinocchio, the still life. It's a new one that came out, and she talks about her favorite scenes were when the bomb was dropped on the church that killed Carlo. Mussolini, and Mussolini, he's like, he was an imperialist that was associated with Hitler, believed in xenophobia and imperialism. And so I believe signed a pact with Hitler at some point. And so her favorite parts of the movie were the war crimes, Carlo getting killed, and then there's other things where she talks about Harley Quinn, which is some of this stuff is childish, but it shows us into her mind. And so she's right. Harley Quinn is the Joker's girlfriend, and she's crazed and psychotic and does these violent crimes. Then one instance in her journal, there's a little pin mark where she says it looks like you just poked the paper. And then she writes beside it, look what I did right here. I stabbed my journal like it was Tom Riddle's. Tom Riddle is from Harry Potter series, and he turns into Lord Voldemort, and he's evil. And so in her journal, she talked about Harley Quinn, war crimes, Tom Riddle, there was another page where I can find where she says, what do I believe? And she writes these tenets down. And one of them says, it's okay to be evil. There is no God. And if I can have a minute, can find others.
Judge, may I approach?
Yeah. Thank you. So this one in the journal also, what do I believe? There is no God. Heaven and hell are fake. Love is important. You don't need family. Writing your own destiny with a check mark beside it. Loving yourself. Having friends is important. Don't belong to anything. Never be alone. Go to your place of comfort often. Sometimes you must blend in, but never forget it's okay to be evil. Sometimes you must jump into the dark to truly see the light. Privacy is not loneliness. Death is inevitable.
Were there other portions of the journal that you found concerning?
Another part where she talks about her reported auditory hallucinations, she says on March 12th, 2024, this is on page 21 in my report, she mentions enjoying books about crazy people. And then she adds that she had a psychotic break, but calls the incident quite silly. And she goes on to say, I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but only then. My particular friends and I were practically screaming bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God physical confrontation was not fruitively possible. I sound crazy. And then she continues on in other sections of her journal. She talks about all the dishonesty.
The dishonesty with what, Dr. Pickett?
I believe she was referencing to after, I have here that after the iPod that she was using as a burner phone had been found in early January, she wrote in her journal at some point, I'm kind of relieved. Thanks, because of all the dishonesty. I'm glad it's just over with, so to speak, was my impression. So there were a lot of things. Yes, sir. There were also text messages that I had seen between her and friends that were concerning. When I'm trying to understand somebody's psychiatric mental state, all of this is important. Text messages with friends, conversations with friends, parents, what's going on at school, what's going on at home, drug use, medical history, psychiatric history, all of this is important. And so there's a lot of detail here. And so as I was looking through text messages, one of them she says to, this is on page 22, she's talking to Thad on February 7th, 2024. And she says, you don't understand how fucking psycho I was that day. I almost murdered my parents. And so as I am preparing to come and evaluate her, given the context of what's going on, I take extreme time to go through the mountain of text messages between teenagers, diaries, journals. Some of it seems theatrical and
Even the ones that the defense didn't see.
entertain a would-be reader, and some of it is very concerning.
Dr. Pickett, were there also some, I want to come back to the text messages in just a minute. Were there also some notes that you looked at of Carly's about gaslighting?
There was a folder that was found, and it does. It goes into a lot of detail about emotional manipulation and gaslighting. And it says at the top, emotional manipulation, gaslighting, and it would define kind of what that is and the setup and how you set this up, how you do it. And then, at the end of it, it signs off with a valediction that says, take advantage, happy hurting.
There were also,
See ya.
I guess, what had been labeled as a dream journal. Do you remember looking through anything where she described some of her dreams?
I do remember one of her writings where she talks about her dreams and kind of leaves the reader with like a cliffhanger of, I had something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, of I had a really good dream last night. I hope I have another one tonight. Should I write my dreams down? In other words, to like share them with whoever might read it in the future.
I'm not that easy.
Do you recall also seeing Dr. Pickett something where she said back in April in one of her notebooks, I have depression and anger issues, but no one gives a shit?
Yeah, I think she used the word rage.
And before I move on, I think there was another one. There was actually something that was produced in Discovery, and you were present when Dr. Clark testified. It was like a piece of paper that was in green, like a green marker handwriting. As your understanding, and from the testimony yesterday from Dr. Clark, that Carly denied ever writing that or knowing who wrote that. Is that right?
I don't know that I asked her specifically about that page during our evaluation.
Have you reviewed his report?
I have.
And he asked her about that.
He did.
And then
Oh, I believe he did.
when you were present when he testified yesterday
Yes.
about that.
Yes.
What did Carly say in one of her journals or notebooks about innocence?
There was a quote in one of the areas that said, I think I'm on page 46. It says, life's greatest illusion, innocence.
So, Dr. Pickett, you talked about some of the text messages that you reviewed. Were those messages from the day of the incident, March the 19th, 2024?
Yes. Some of them were. I reviewed text messages for a long time, various people. But yes, I did review text messages from the time, very close to the time of the offense.
So I want to walk you through that. So the messages that you reviewed, can you kind of tell the ladies and gentlemen about why that was important in rendering your ultimate opinion?
Yes. So the text messages at the time of the offense are a window into her mind at that time. And having her words that close to the time of the offense is a pretty good window into her mind and what she was thinking and how she was doing at that time, in my opinion.
And I asked Dr. Gugliano, I believe you're present in the courtroom, it's not very common that we actually have like medical records from a defendant the day before they commit a violent crime, is it?
In experience, I'll have medical records related to somebody who's had a crime, but having somebody do a exam the day before is pretty unusual, rare, not the typical norm. If I have that, I'm very thankful for it.
I want to talk when we get to your what you relied upon on the day of the incident. I want to talk a little bit more about the text messages and things too. I want to call your attention to something in your report where you talked about that Carly's responses seemed almost textbook perfect. Tell us what you meant by that.
Well, when I would ask her to tell me about some of her reported dissociative spells, she would give me the cliche answer of, well, I just felt like I was outside my body, like I was right here. She kind of did that hand motion like that and said, it's like a dream, like I was just watching myself. And that was another example was when we were talking about racing thoughts. I asked her to, can you elaborate on that? Tell me more about your racing thoughts. I think she said it's like the ocean. And sometimes from
Almost like she read it off a website.
People who may not actually have a diagnosis will have trouble going beyond the simple textbook cliche answers. Whereas when I see people who legitimately suffer from schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or even I've seen a few rare that actually had a dissociative disorder. It is rare. They usually can vividly describe these things to me. And oftentimes I see them objectively. They can't hide it. Sometimes they don't even have insight into it. And when somebody comes to me to the state hospital, I mean, it's hard to give a impression of racing thoughts, but these patients, they go from 0 to 100 and their thoughts are one after another, boom, 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 boom. And they may or may not connect, and their pressured speech, it's hard to get them to stop. It's very obvious when they're to that degree. If they're psychotic, it's even more obvious. In my opinion, you don't have to be a psychiatrist to recognize some of these things. Their cousin or their mother or their brother will say, Johnny's not doing good, doc. And they'll drop them off in the ER or they'll drop them off at the state hospital. Well, they'll get committed and come to the state hospital, but it'll be very obvious.
Dr. Pickett, at some point in your report, you talked about the DSM-5-TR. And we heard Dr. Clark talk a little bit about the DSM-5 yesterday. Can you tell us what the difference in the 5 and the TR is?
Every few years, the American Psychiatric Association councils get together and revise, do a text revision. So they update the DSM-5 criteria with various things and criteria. And so every few years, there'll be a new revision come out. And the DSM-5-TR is the latest version and the one that I depended on while I rendered my opinion.
Part of your report talks about Carly's thought process, that it was linear, logical, I think reality-based and goal-directed. Could you explain to us what you mean by that?
So linear, so as a psychiatrist, our physical exam is a lot of observation. Kind of start at the head, eye contact, their blink rate, are they slow? Their speech rate, their speech content. We get into their thought content, their thought process. Is it linear, A, B, C, D? Ideas seem to connect, or is it, very disorganized and they don't connect? And so linear means we're having a conversation. It's going from A to B, and they connect. Logical means it's reasonable and it's real. It makes sense. You understand. Reality based is it's not delusional. So somebody that I see at the state hospital who's psychotic, they may come in with delusions and they'll say, the FBI's after me. And I know it because I saw a gas can at the gas station. And I knew that gas can was a sign the FBI's following me. Or they'll come in and they'll talk about revelations and the black horses and the white horses and the orange horses and the 6-point stars. I mean, it is very disorganized. It's hard to give you an example, but when you see it, it's pretty obvious.
We've heard testimony, Dr. Clark described
Hey.
a manic state, a manic state. During the course of your evaluation with Carly, did it ever appear that she was having any sort of manic state?
Not during my exam, certainly not.
In your review of the medical records, did it ever appear that Carly had reported any type of manic state?
No. I reviewed, I think the therapy notes started with Annette Bryant back in 2015. At least those were the oldest that I had to look at. I looked through those, did not see any mention of dissociation, no mention of auditory hallucinations, no mention of mania or hypomania. So that was from 2015 to 2019. Then I reviewed the LPC Kirk, the counselor, her charts from January of 2024 through March of 2024, the day before the event. There was no mention of auditory hallucinations, dissociative spells, hypomania or mania, or disorganized thoughts, or anything consistent with psychosis. And then I reviewed the mental health nurse practitioner Lieber. I read all of her notes, January, February, March, and none of those mentioned it either. I also found some medical records from UMMC. I think she would have been about 11 years old. There's a Dr. Vaughn and another doctor. Those were well child visits, but you know, a lot of times, commonly, if a general practitioner recognizes that somebody has bipolar or schizophrenia or whatever, they'll put it in there. And I didn't see anything in those either.
No history of anything
I want
besides
to come
depression.
back to the talk about disassociation, but I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Clark said that Mr. Gregg, Carly's dad, had been diagnosed with bipolar. Did you see medical records that had him listed as a diagnosis of bipolar?
I saw very sparse records that listed him as bipolar.
Based off your training and experience, if someone also suffers from a substance abuse addiction, would it be hard to diagnose them as being bipolar?
It is hard. It's not impossible. But can I elaborate about his notes? So I reviewed and I asked for any records, any psychological records pertaining to Mr. Gregg's mental health. And the only thing I got were the 3 records from Dr. Hardy. And there was some mention of his bipolar disorder in some of the therapy notes, like I believe LPC Kirk's, but that was secondhand. That had been given to her from Ashley. The only ones I could see to confirm, supposedly confirm, is from a Dr. Hardy. And so as an emergency doctor, as a psychiatrist, anytime a patient is brought to me, whether they're in the ER or whether they're in the state hospital, I do my best to go back and review these diagnoses, because I do not like to just simply accept them, because it is common for people to be misdiagnosed with some mental illnesses, especially if they abuse substances heavily, which, according to my review, Mr. Kevin Gregg was well known for his substance abuse and for many years. And I talk about that in my report, if you want me to go into that.
Sure.
So let me see if I can. So I started from the beginning. There's tweets from Mr. Kevin Gregg that start in 2012. Oh, 15. So there's tweets from Mr. Kevin Gregg on March 6, 2012, DMT, psilocybin, lysergic acid, diethylamide 25, that's LSD, mescaline, which comes from the peyote cactus, I believe. It's a hallucinogen. MDMA, which is ecstasy, good when used responsibly. Salvia, opium, coca, are like plant natural things that you can make opium and cocaine out of, good naturals. He says that in 2012. And then he continues on. I mean, there's like 50 or almost 50 tweets. He tweets at Obama, legalize marijuana. You're ignoring this huge campaign because there's no funding. Bomb the Middle East with cannabis. They'll think they'll want to fight or eat. And he goes on. Ashley, in her journal that I read, it has 334 entries in it, approximately, that I read through.
Here we go again. I understand his testimony is important. It's just usually mental health and people's mental health problems are entertaining or at least interesting for me to listen to. And this guy, I'm just like, maybe it's because it's after lunch and it's coming down from all the drama that happened right when we came back from lunch that I'm like, so if you notice me zoning out, I am paying attention. I am here. I am fine. I'm just I think I'm just coming down from the high of the Brady violation accusation. I tried to say accusation and accusatory in the same word, and it did not work very well. I just can't and every time these defense attorneys just open their mouth, now I'm like, I just want to hit my shut up button if I had one. Yeah, I mean, he's a psychiatrist, so I mean, he's not like a super. I mean, I'm sure he's seen some super interesting things, but you kind of have to maintain a calm demeanor as a psychiatrist, and
Ashley,
he's too good at it.
She wrote in her journal of 334 entries a lot about her problem issues with Kevin. And she basically described him as, to paraphrase, abused a lot of drugs, had a lot of mood lability, up and down, substances, and he was an awful father to Carly. He was verbally, emotionally, and even occasionally physically abusive to Carly and Ashley. I believe there's one incident she talks about in there where Carly had a black eye from her, and it was assumed it was from Kevin. Kevin's parents had mentioned his temper and were real kind of awkward around her after the incident related to it. But it goes on to talk about Kevin wants pain medicines. Janet will get pain medicine and give it to him. It just goes on and on and on about that.
I want to talk a little bit about bipolar because it's my understanding that that's one of the diagnoses that Dr. Clark gave to Carly Gregg. Can you talk about whether or not you believe that Carly Gregg actually has either bipolar 1 or bipolar 2?
Okay. Yes, I can. Can I finish my thought about
yes,
the
I
dad,
apologize.
Kevin?
Yes,
There's
yes.
one more important thing, and I'll drop it. When I was talking to Carly during the evaluation about her biological father, Kevin Gregg, I mentioned benzodiazepines. I was talking about drug use that did she have? Can we talk about that? And I mentioned benzodiazepines, and she said she knows what benzodiazepines are. And I said, okay. And she explained, I know what benzos are. My dad took them. My dad had this drug cabinet. It was this cabinet full of drugs. Like he had prescription pills from like everybody. Again, then I went on. I said, and I'm on page 12. I said, talking about LSD and hallucinogens and mushrooms, I brought those up. She said, again, that's my dad. He took all of that, but I did not. He once bragged to me about taking 10 caps of dried mushrooms which apparently is a lot because most people only take 2, I think, because that's what he once told me. And so it was emphasized from everybody, Ashley's journal, Carly, and then as I was even watching the body cam footage, I think it's of Deputy Zetterholm, some of the other family, Ashley's parents, I think Bob and Vicky, were there talking to the office of the deputy and had mentioned Kevin and started talking about some of his drug use. I think he mentioned marijuana in the video. And so it seemed by all accounts, going back as far as 2012, with his tweets saying this stuff, family describing him as this, and Ashley even mentioned that he would get Janet to give him pills. To me, it made the diagnosis very skeptical of Mr. Gregg to have bipolar disorder. The very limited and sparse records from Dr. Hardy made it very questionable. And then lastly, Dr. Hardy, who supposedly are the records that support this diagnosis, saw him 3 times, totaling at 1 hour. And he ultimately prescribed, along with other things, Adderall, Ambien, and Klonopin, which are 3 highly addictive, highly abused neurostimulator and neurosedatives, to a person that, by all accounts, everybody knows him as somebody who habitually uses drugs. And to me, prescribing 3 controlled substances to a known person who uses drugs is not what a responsible physician would do if they knew the truth about an individual's substance abuse. And lastly, if you have bipolar disorder, I would hesitate to put you on Adderall, because if anything's going to push you into maybe a manic state or a hypomanic state in bipolar 2, Adderall is a lot more likely to do it than an SSRI.
So I want to talk to you about the bipolar diagnosis, and then we'll come back to a SSRI, which nurse practitioner Lieber told us a little bit about this morning. So the bipolar, Dr. Clark testified that Carly had these desolate, I believe, I don't recall his exact word for using that, but very specific times of mania, kind of discrete, thank you. Some ups and downs, discrete periods of ups and downs. In the medical world, what does that mean?
So the DSM-5-TR has specific criteria for bipolar disorder. What makes that? We all have a mood. Let's say this is neutral. And there's a zone that is considered normal variation, where we can go up, we can have a good day, we can have a bad day. We can have a good day, we can have a bad day. People with depression, unipolar, that's one pole. Bipolar means there's 2 poles. They're opposite ends. Unipolar depression, they have the downs, and it goes below that normal area, way down here, where they start to have depressed mood, loss of interest. We call it anhedonia. They don't enjoy the things they used to enjoy. Maybe feelings of guilt, hopelessness, worthlessness, concentration difficulties, appetite issues, psychomotor slowing, which is like a sloth. Like they don't want to get out of bed. They don't go shower. They don't bathe. They don't brush their teeth. They're so depressed. They don't cut their toenails. I could tell you some stories. Or they go the other end. They're manic and they have too much energy. They are restless.
How do I get like that again?
Thoughts. Their thoughts are racing. They may start one task, but they can't finish it. They may be very easily distractible. Little noises, things will distract them. They may have a grandiose view of themselves. They may have flight of ideas, so their ideas are bouncing all around. It's really hard for them to go A, B, C, D, E. There can be activity increase where they don't want to sit still. They're restless. They're moving around. There can be sleep disturbances, and there can be very talkative, pressured speech. And so those are the differences. You have the unipolar depression, you're down here, or in bipolar, you not only have the depressive periods, but you have the manic periods. In bipolar 1, you have mania. It's the most severe form. It can be so severe that you even develop psychotic symptoms. So you're so manic, pressured speech, racing thoughts, restlessness, not sleeping. And interestingly, these patients who don't sleep, they feel great. They may have only gotten 1 or 2 hours of sleep last night, but
I
they
had to
feel
check.
really good. They're not tired after that. And so you oscillate between these two periods. For bipolar 1, mania, really high, it's 7 days of a persistently elevated mood, all day, every day, to the point that it interferes with you socially, occupationally, or interpersonally. It is obvious to people around you, and it is causing significant troubles for you, one way or another. But you feel great. You're not sleeping, racing thoughts, pressured speech. That's 7 days for bipolar 1. Then you go down, you will oscillate. Eventually, you'll come down, and you may be depressed for 2 weeks or 2 months. It doesn't know. And then you'll come back at some point, and you'll have another manic episode, and you'll go up and down, up and down. That's bipolar 1. Bipolar 2 is called hypomania. It's a little less than mania. I've seen patients and treated patients who have this, and they can live pretty functional lives. I can remember specific patients that they had more energy, a little bit more talkative than usual, wasn't sleeping as much. They'd had periods of depression, and they qualify for bipolar 2, but they were functional individuals. They were not, it wasn't to the point where they're psychotic, usually, from my experience, at least in hypomania. And you can live a pretty good life, and especially if you're put on medications, can help you. Typically a mood stabilizer.
So Dr. Clark diagnosed Carly as being bipolar 2. Do you agree with that diagnosis based off your evaluation and the review of all of her medical records?
No, I do not.
And why is that?
Well, politely and respectfully to Dr. Clark, providers can review different things and we can draw different conclusions. Looking at our reports, my sources are about 8 pages long. I stopped once I got to about 100 because I couldn't keep listing my sources that I reviewed. It was exhaustive. And when I looked at his report, it doesn't, at least that he wrote, I didn't see that he reviewed that much. And so I suspect that we came to different conclusions because we may have reviewed different material. My opinion is that, based on reading his report, that some of his opinion of diagnosing Carly with bipolar disorder was that he took Dr. Hardy's notes for face value. And when I read Dr. Hardy's records, importantly, he never said, Kevin has bipolar disorder and I reviewed the records from his recent hospitalization, or he has bipolar disorder because he met these criteria. He essentially just says he has bipolar disorder and he used to drink and maybe do a little bit of drugs, but doesn't do any of that now. And so I really, only having 3 visits for 1 hour with no collateral records, minimizing his substance abuse, and then prescribing him the controlled substances he did, I just wonder, did he have all the facts? And if Kevin doesn't legitimately have bipolar disorder, well then Carly, it's a lot less likely that she would. And then I go back and I look at Annette Bryant's records from 2015 through 2019 when she's young. There was no mention of manic episodes or hypomania. Then I look at LPC Kirk's records from January through March. There was no mention of hypomania or mania. Then I look at nurse practitioner Lieber's medical records, and there's no mention of hypomania. And then I looked at the UMMC records with the well child visit, and there was no mention. And so given all of that, and given the fact that Carly acknowledged using marijuana, and there's discussion of when that started, text message conversations between her and I think Thad, he talks, it's not a text message. I think it's a really, really long Snapchat message. I mean, the Snapchat message was this long. It was pages and pages of a Snapchat. So he talks about, thank God she stopped using marijuana, all these substances. He mentions that around Christmas. So she would have been doing it at that time. So long story short, given all of that, I highly doubt and do not believe that Carly has bipolar disorder.
I want to walk you through the second diagnosis that Dr. Clark gave to Carly was based on her, it says, several year history of auditory hallucinations occurring quite frequently. Dr. Pickett, I want to know, in your review of the records, is there anything to indicate before Carly was arrested on March the 19th, 2024, that there were any auditory hallucinations?
I believe in her journal, she did write one time about the voices, as I spoke to earlier, about hearing them ravenously, and thank goodness, physical confrontation was not realistic. So yes, she did mention it there. I was highly skeptical of that because it seems more theatrical and making light of something that, as I've seen patients who really suffer from this, they are haunted by it. It is torturous to them, and they do not describe it as quite silly, and they do not trivialize it.
You were present in the courtroom when Dr. Gugliano testified earlier, right?
Yes.
And she said it was actually quite rare for someone. Carly had reported hearing these voices all the way back to 5 or 6 years old, and it was quite rare for a child that young to experience voices. Is that your opinion as well?
Yes, it is.
And what about the fact that she was claiming that she started hearing these voices every single day from a young 5 or 6 years old?
From my experience, talking with patients who have schizophrenia and have auditory hallucinations, they're not usually continuous all day, every day. They're usually here and there.
Yeah.
Occasionally they're command. At one point during my evaluation, I did not write this in my report, but it's somewhere in the audio, I'm sure. We're talking about the voices, and she was asked, I hope it's on the audio, it may have been during a break, but I do remember she said, I think Attorney Todd asked her, did you listen to that voice? And she said, no, it's a voice in your head. You don't listen to that. And I couldn't find it, but I remember it now. It was there. And that to me says, when I see people who have schizophrenia and they're disorganized and they hear these voices, you're more likely to do what they say if you recognize the voice. If it's like, yes, my dead grandmother, and you trust the voice and you've been hearing it for a long time, then you might actually listen to it. But interestingly, when we were talking during that, she said, no, it's a voice in your head. You don't listen to that. And I thought, that makes sense.
I want to take just a little step back to the bipolar. Dr. Pickett, we talked about that there were no periods of 7 days or more for bipolar 1 mania. And I believe the testimony that for hypomania, you're looking at like a 4-day period. Was there anything that was provided to you either through Carly's evaluation or prior medical history that showed that she had had a 4-day period of hypomania?
Not that I could definitively find in anybody's medical records. And what she described to me more on the day of the evaluation was up and down throughout the day, and that it was highly susceptible or related to whatever was going on in her life at that time. It was highly related to her circumstances. At one point, I think when I'm asking her this, I'm kind of pushing her. I'm kind of probing, like, all right, now tell me more about that. And I can find it in my report if I can. But I asked her that, and she kind of gave me all the answers. At one point, she said, like, it could be days, it could be hours, it could be days, it could be weeks, which sometimes people will do if they don't know the right answer. If I'm asking them, or they're not legitimately having them, they will give me all the answers as if they're hedging. And so I'm skeptical of that. But ultimately, I mean, it was a 4.5 hour interview. So, I mean, evaluation. So she's kind of said it different ways at different times. The main theme that I picked up from her was that it was up and down within one day, like a roller coaster, and highly susceptible to what was going on around her, which is not consistent with bipolar disorder.
And I believe we heard testimony earlier that she had been diagnosed with more something akin to like situational responses, and that's why she was given a depression diagnosis.
Yeah. My understanding from reviewing their records is even Annette Bryant, the first therapist that saw her, mentioned anxiety and adjustment disorder. So she was acknowledged that she's anxious and she's having trouble adjusting to something, her life circumstances. And then I think LPC Kirk also said adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood. And then I think nurse practitioner Lieber said adjustment disorder, and she said single episode of a major depressive episode.
Indicating that this was not a manic or hypermanic situation.
No, if anything, it would have been the opposite. She would have been depressed and down on that spectrum, not up.
Dr. Clark also diagnosed Carly with a other specified feeding or eating disorder. I don't know that that would have much relevance in insanity, but have you ever seen where an eating disorder calls someone to commit murder?
No, I have not.
And without diving into it too far, I mean, there were notes in the records where Carly had either binged or restricted her eating at some point.
Yeah. I think even we talked about, I believe that I know Ashley, certainly Carly told me that Ashley had issues with food and would purge. I believe that I've heard that Carly may have at some point purged. I can't remember who told me that or whether that's true or not, but I think like her mother, there were some issues with food and restriction of that. I didn't particularly pertinent to sanity. I didn't necessarily dive into that in depth. And my thoughts were if she's taking a medicine and she's vomiting, if anything, it's going to be less medication in her system, not more, depending on when she vomits and when she takes the pill. But it's not going to be more medicine in her system. So I didn't put a whole lot of weight on it.
So you brought up medicine, Dr. Pickett. I want to talk about that now. And we mentioned the SSRIs earlier. It's been the testimony that Carly was, back in January, put on 25 milligrams of Zoloft. And that she didn't feel like it was doing anything and then was up
I saw
to
it,
50
Cynthia. I
milligrams
responded
of
to you.
Zoloft. Is that what you found to be true in the medical records you reviewed?
Yes.
And then we heard from nurse practitioner Olivia Lieber this morning that she told Carly, I want you to kind of taper off the Zoloft while also taking the Lexapro. Based off your evaluation with Carly and Dr. Clark's evaluation, is that what Carly did with the medication?
No, according to what she told me, no. I think I was told that she stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, or not cold turkey, abruptly on the 12th, the same day she was prescribed the Lexapro, and she started the Lexapro, 5 milligrams.
And is Lexapro, we heard earlier that Zoloft is an SSRI. Can you tell us again what that SSRI stands for?
Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Is Lexapro also a SSRI?
Yes, it is.
And so that would affect serotonin levels of the brain.
Yes. That process takes time, though. Typically, you would expect 4 to 6 weeks before you see symptoms. According to UpToDate, which is a worldwide database, it is the doctor's Bible if there is one. It's backed by multi-million-dollar clinical trials, pharmaceutical trials. It is one of, I like it, and I depend on it a lot. It says 2 weeks. Maybe you might see something at 2 weeks. And if I can I get into Lexapro?
Yes, please. And I'm sorry, before you do that, Dr. Pickett, 2 weeks, do you mean it would take 2 weeks for side effects to show up, or it takes 2 weeks for the medication to kind of get in your system?
Tammy, thanks so much for the
So,
$10
side effects
Venmo.
can happen
You're amazing.
more quickly than the benefits. I tell patients that all the time. I'll say, look, I'll give you this SSRI, and you may have experienced some side effects before we get to the benefits, but you got to recognize that that's going to happen, because serotonin is not just in your brain, it's also in your gut. So a lot of times there's GI symptoms, upset stomach, diarrhea. It's involved in sex, and so there's decreased libido, difficulty having an orgasm, things like that. I don't know how pertinent that is, but anyways,
I don't think that's pertinent for this case, but I get your point.
Come before. Typically, it's not drastic side effects that make you lose your mind or become psychotic, but it's headache, diarrhea, sexual side effects, typically with SSRIs. As far as the Lexapro, so according to UpToDate, the typical dose for an adolescent between 12 and 17 years old is 10 milligrams. That's the starting dose. Maximum dose is 20 milligrams.
Reminder, she was only given 5.
5 milligrams, which is half of the starting dose.
I can't remember names and shit, but I remember amounts of medications.
Happened on the 19th. That'd be 7 days. Depending on when she was taking her prescription would depend on, did she get 6 or 7 doses. Without getting too technical here, what's called pharmacokinetics, it gets into how, when you take a medicine, it doesn't just go in your stomach and 100% of it gets put into your body instantly. It takes time to kind of build up in your system. And so depending on what's called the half-life of a medication, which I looked it up for Lexapro, is 19 hours. It takes 5 half-lives of a medication to get up to about 99% in your bloodstream. So 19-hour half-life times 5 doses would be about 4 days. So it would have taken about 4 days for the 5 milligrams, which is half of the starting dose, to get up to 100% in her bloodstream at that. And then the bioavailability. So is another thing of any drug you take, bioavailability. How much of it is available to your biological system? I looked it up for Lexapro. It's 80%. So even when you take this pill, it goes into your stomach, it gets absorbed through the GI tract, it goes through the liver through what's called first pass phenomenon, and your liver tries to say, what is this? And try to decontaminate it, kind of thing, if it's a toxin. So about 80% gets absorbed. So if she was on 5 milligrams, which is half the starting dose, it would have taken 4 days to reach her steady state. I think she would have only had 6 or 7 doses in her system. And it was prescribed at 5 milligrams, but because of the bioavailability only being 80%, she probably would have been getting about 4 milligrams. Either way, even if we say it was the 5 milligrams, that's still a quarter of the maximum dose. And if somebody was going to be pushed into a drug-induced hypomania, and again, people in hypomania still can appreciate right and wrong from my experience, it would have been more likely to have happened if she had stayed on the Zoloft. If she had been on Zoloft plus Lexapro, there would have been more SSRI in her system. And if she was purging, there's even less. So it's a very low dose. a very short amount of time. I do not believe she has bipolar disorder. And so it really does not make sense to me
Would you, if someone
that
was trying
such a
to
low dose
say you
pushed her
weren't
into a state
insane
where she could not
when you
appreciate
unalived
the
your mama?
nature, quality, understand the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions. And then when I got into the footage that I watched myself and the text messages, those affirmed my belief.
And I do want to talk about the footage and the text messages. I wanted to cover everything that Dr. Clark gave his testimony about first. I believe he stated that he could not relate Carly's use of Lexapro to have caused her to commit these crimes. Would you agree with Lexapro did not cause her to commit murder?
Yeah, I agree with that.
He stated that Carly was in active psychosis at the time of the crime. And I'm assuming that meant some combination of these things. What's your opinion on whether she was in active psychosis?
I did not believe she was in psychosis at the time of the offense. Based on my review of the video, her actions, these text messages, and before how she was reported to have been before, and how I observed her to be based on video footage afterwards. Psychosis, in my experience, it does not just turn on and off. Mania, hypomania, does not just turn on and off. If a patient comes to the state hospital and they're committed there and they're manic, which is worse than hypomania, it doesn't just turn off. And psychosis doesn't either. They will be delusional, disorganized in their thinking, and very illogical until we start them on a medication that can help. And maybe it helps. It doesn't always. Sometimes it doesn't, even though we try.
So now I want to talk about, he diagnosed Carly as having disassociation. And we heard from Dr. Clark kind of what his explanation of that is, but I want you to please educate me on kind of what disassociation means.
So disassociation, and I'm not the nation's leading expert on dissociation. I am a board certified psychiatrist and we get trained in it. I do not see it a whole lot in my practice. It is relatively rare from my understanding. I think the literature is relatively sparse on it. I think we're realizing that it's more common than we thought, and there's more growing literature on it, but it's still not a widely accepted common explanation for violence, especially it can be associated with violence. And I read one of the articles that Dr. Clark had mentioned, and in that report, it talks about that.
I think that's on page 50.
Thanks, Roy.
Oh, sorry, that's on the SSRI.
And I tend to wonder how much was voices and just her inner dialogue, because we all know that we have that voice in the back of our head. That's us. Like, and bye, Taz. Prayers to you and your family. Hugs. Virtual hugs.
Sure if that's the article. It would take me a minute to find it.
You'll look back. I apologize, Dr. Pickett. That one was about the SSRIs.
Yeah, that one's SSRIs and violence, if I can.
Your diagnosis regarding the possibility of disassociation starts on page 52 of your report.
Gotcha, thank you. While I was on the subject of the SSRIs and violence, some of the literature actually suggests that it's lower levels of serotonin that are commonly associated with aggressive behaviors. And they go into animal studies with monkeys and how it's the lower levels of serotonin that are more associated with violence. And then as far as the dissociation, I believe the literature talks about yes, there can be violence, but my understanding is it's not a specific violence. Like if you're in a dissociative state and you can't control yourself, you may accidentally hurt an unintended target. You're cleaning your gun and you have a dissociative spell and there's somebody in the house and you accidentally pull the trigger and it shoots them in the leg. Maybe. Unlikely, maybe. It's possible. But having a dissociative spell and then doing a lot of specific things, going and retrieving a gun or an item, an object from a specific location that requires memory, hand-eye coordination, going to get that's, in my opinion, inconsistent with a dissociative spell. Yes, if you're in a dissociative spell, you may accidentally, unintentionally hurt a random person. But I do not believe there's a lot of literature out there that supports you have a dissociative spell and you go and hunt down a particular target. I just don't believe that.
I want to, oh, sorry, Dr. Pickett, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I wanted to continue on a little bit about the dissociation if I can, or you
Yes,
can.
please.
So when I was considering the dissociative spell, one of the books that I was using to read and talk about is on page 53, The Principles and Practice of Forensic Psychiatry, second edition. It says, quote, on page 643, it says, quote, malingered amnesia is also seen frequently in forensic settings, as well as being the arguably most common manifestation of malingering in specific clinical situations such as homicide. And the literature goes on to talk about how we as providers have an obligation to consider malingering when there's a huge secondary gain of having decreased culpability by being able to blame it on that. And so I took all of that into consideration. Continuing on, as when I was considering the dissociative stuff, Carly never mentioned these spells to any of her providers over decades. You know, her trauma that she experienced. So the DSM talks about this, the DSM-5-TR talks about this. The chapters related to trauma, PTSD, stuff like that, and dissociative disorders are put right next to each other intentionally to show their relationship. In my understanding, at a basic level, there are some dissociative disorders that you dissociate uncontrollably, with no prompt, with no stimuli. Dissociative identity disorder, which used to be called multiple personality disorder, the dissociative fugue that Dr. Clark talked about, where these patients will just randomly and in a very general, unintentional way get up and travel somewhere. But it's random. It's disorganized. They don't know where they're going. They're not in control of their faculties. They just end up in Dallas, Texas, and who am I? Where am I? Where's my credit cards? You know, it's an unintentional thing. And so as I was looking through this, Carly never mentioned it to any of her previous providers. Ashley, who was very involved, never mentioned it. She did mention some zoning out, I believe, and Heath did call me, and we did not get out of this, but he did say she had some periods of kind of forgetting things, having to use a calendar to remember some things, which was unusual what he said.
Okay, for me, it's not unusual. I do it all
Also,
the time.
voluntary intoxication. If she's smoking marijuana to, I don't know how often, at some point, I think she even may have drank Germ-X per like one of her colleagues that said that. I don't know if that's true or just hearsay. But if there was some substances that she may have been abusing, it's hard to say. Was that related to substances, which she acknowledges the marijuana, or was that a real dissociative spell?
And Dr. Pickett, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There was actually a point where Carly related either in her journal or to a provider that she had smoked marijuana on the 16th of March, and she had something come over her body that she had never felt before. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing that. I may have
Okay.
missed it. I did want to say, I remember my thought is that none of the dissociative spells, because trauma and dissociative spells are so closely related. She saw Annette Bryant monthly for years, from 2015 to 2019, when she was really young. And that was closer to the proximate trauma, the abuse from her dad, the death of her sister prematurely. And so I would have expected, if she were legitimately having dissociative spells, I would have expected them to have been closer to the proximate trauma. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but typically I would have expected that. Also, dissociative spells I've never experienced one, but from the few people that I've talked to that say they have, they're not pleasant, and they're scary, and you're not in control of your body. I just find it very hard to believe that an adolescent who was experiencing these, that was so close to her mother, who was very involved in her life, would not have mentioned it. That's hard for me to believe. And then lastly, the malingering and the secondary gain, just the convenience of, I don't remember anything from when I took the dogs out to when I woke up in the sewer. But, in block is what it's called, in block dissociative spells, where it's a big finite period. Those are rare. As Dr. Clark said, the patchy dissociation is more common. And so to say that you don't remember anything from these periods, given all of this, is just really hard for me to believe.
You were here yesterday when Dr. Clark testified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think he talked about that that it's more common, that it's patchy, and Ms. Todd kind of attempted to clear that up, and he was saying that still wouldn't change, even if she remembered certain things, that wouldn't change his diagnosis. But Carly had reported to him in his evaluation that she was having, and I don't think flashbacks is the right word, but that she was hearing gunshots in her dreams, that she was having, she told Dr. Giuliano that she was queasy thinking about the incident. Is that in line with somebody who does not remember an event happening?
If she were having patchy amnesia, I could say maybe. But if you're reporting in block amnesia from a period, I would find it very hard to believe that you have those symptoms related to an incident that you don't remember.
I want to ask this too. This may seem like a silly question. You've used the word malingering a couple times. For somebody that's not a psychiatrist or even in the medical field, is malingering just kind of faking?
In very basic terms, they're similar. It's deceptive. It's lying for a secondary gain. You have a reason. Maybe, you have a reason to lie, and you do, or you exaggerate your symptoms for a secondary gain. That's what malingering is.
And in this case, you consider that Carly, now talking about these dissociative spells, is in fact her malingering because she has a secondary gain.
In my opinion, that's a very high probability, yes.
And Dr. Clark actually testified yesterday that there are times, quite frequently, that people that commit the crime of murder claim that they were in a dissociative state because they have huge secondary gains.
Yeah. According to some of the literature I quoted, yes, that's very common. It's one of the most common.
I want to talk a little bit more about this dissociation. We know from all the testimony of her providers and the medical records that there was no history of this noted in any of her records prior to March 19. Did Carly report to you that she had had any additional spells of disassociation after March 19th?
Yes, while we were talking, I cited in my report the time. I asked her, I said, have any of these spells, I'm paraphrasing, have any of these spells where you do not remember things, or dissociative spells, have any of those happened since the incident? And she said, yes, actually I'm having one right now. as we were doing the evaluation. And that was a 4.5 hour evaluation in which I did many tests.
I call bullshit on that one.
her intelligence and ability to
Hey,
complete
King Bob.
tasks and recall and spatial awareness and language and all these things. And she said she was having one then. And she also said, well, back Tuesday in court, I had one, and Attorney Todd agreed with her and said, yes, I could see it on your face. And so when I asked Carly about these spells, she said they happened every time her mother yelled at her. But she did say that she seemed to remember those incidents, was my impression. And
Does it really talk like a
this
pirate
time
day?
She said she did not remember it. That's my understanding from talking with her. And so it was very inconsistent. And there's one thing I do think is important. I think we need to distinguish between zoning out and inattention, which happens to all of us, and dissociative spells. As I was saying earlier, there's some disorders that you legitimately have where you don't have control over and you dissociate. And what you do
I need an eye patch.
during that period, we can talk about and discuss. But there's disorders that it happens sporadically, and then there's kind of peri-traumatic dissociative spells. And what Carly seemed to be describing to me were peri-traumatic dissociative spells. When her mother would yell at her, she would dissociate because that triggered her. That's a trauma in her eyes. The DSM-5-TR gives examples of a prisoner of war who's being tortured, and their body cannot take it anymore. And so their brain essentially hits, for lack of a better word, the ejection button. And the brain says, I cannot take this anymore. I'm under so much stress. I'm out of here. And it dissociates. Or another example that the DSM-5-TR gives is human sex trafficking. Somebody who's being repeatedly raped over and over. Their bodies cannot take the trauma that they are experiencing anymore, and their brain hits the ejection button, which, to my knowledge, the brain does not do this half-heartedly. It leaves the body in a very vulnerable state, being dissociated. You are vulnerable to everything around you. If you cannot control your body, you're vulnerable to predators, attack, anything. The brain, it doesn't make sense that the brain would do this half-heartedly. Again, there are disorders where it happens sporadically and you cannot control them. Dissociative identity disorder, the dissociative fugue, the dissociative amnesia, but the peri-traumatic dissociative spells, to my understanding, you are being traumatized and therefore your brain hits the ejection button, but you do not dissociate and then go traumatize other people, is my understanding. And that's from my training, my research, things that I've read about this, preparing, and the articles, and my training and knowledge and experience and seeing patients.
Dr. Pickett, I want to put you to page 31 of your report quickly when you were talking about your conversation with Carly regarding her dissociative spells. Was there a time that she actually said, like, she called it derealization?
I believe so, yes.
And what is that a medical term?
Yes, it is.
In treating any of your other patients, have they ever used the term, I was derealized?
No.
Do they call it themselves before getting a diagnosis? I disassociated.
She Googled something.
And prior to your evaluation with Carly, she actually had not received any diagnoses of dissociation. Is that true?
Correct.
But in fact, the defense told you that was going to be their argument for insanity, right?
Yes.
Tell me
One of it.
Tell me about that, because that was on the day of your evaluation before, I think 5 or 6 days before we got their expert report.
Can you clarify exactly which part so I make sure I'm following you?
Yeah, so in your interview, you asked about making sure that you kind of covered all the right things. You kind of wanted to know
She does sound
what
oddly
is it-
specific.
Why is it that you're claiming Carly was insane?
Yeah, I do remember that. At one point, and it is on the audio, you can hear, I think Carly may have stepped away just to go to the bathroom, and I asked Attorney Todd, I said, hey, I want to make sure I cover the right stuff. Can you tell me, can you clarify exactly what, as far as insanity? And she said that, I think she said the medications worsened an underlying unrecognized diagnosis. And I said, okay, all right, I'm just making sure I'm following. And that was, I think Dr. Clark had done his evaluation the day before.
And do you recall what Carly said as she walked back into the room for the evaluation?
I cannot remember.
Would it refresh your memory? She said something about like, what mental condition do I have?
I'd have to listen to the audio. I can't remember.
But to that point, she had not been diagnosed by any physician or psychiatrist with disassociation.
Not that I was able to find in reviewing the medical records, psychiatric records.
When you asked Carly to describe the events of March the 19th, how did she describe her mom's demeanor when she found out about the vape pens and the burner phones?
I think, if my memory serves me correctly, she described her as frustrated, and they didn't talk on the ride home. She was upset, and her mom searched her backpack, and they didn't talk on the ride home. And
so Carly acknowledged that mom was very upset about finding out these things. So you asked Carly to describe for you kind of what she could remember from that day, March the 19th, 2024. If you would walk us through what she told you.
I remember her telling me that she hadn't slept well the night before, went to school that morning, was irritable, cussed out a friend, went through the rest of her day. I believe she was doing okay. And then she went to, I remember her explaining that she remembered going from her room down the hall, up the stairs, and to her mother's room. And then when she got there.
And to be clear, I'm sorry to interrupt you. She's talking about at the school still,
At the
right?
school. Yes, because her mother was a teacher. And after that, it seemed like, according to what I've gathered, that her mother was upset and searched her backpack. They drove home. They did not talk, and they were upset.
And then did Carly tell you she remembers letting the dogs outside?
Yep. She told me that she remembers letting the dogs out, and then she doesn't remember anything from then until when she awoke in the sewer.
And when you asked her about the sewer, do you recall her saying, I knew I did something wrong because I wouldn't have been running away?
I remember her saying something along the lines of that she said that she did something wrong to the police officer because it seemed like the logical thing to do.
Same.
She described it.
And then she said something to the effect of, when he asked her if you're the girl that shot, she said, yeah. And that's what she's talking about because it was the logical thing to do.
I believe so, yes.
In your audio recording, you're talking to her about that time.
I will be right back. I got to do mama stuff for just a second.
And when we know, to be Tony Shack, we watched the video of that yesterday, takes her into custody. And she said something to the effect of, I thought Heath was dead. Do you remember her saying that?
I remember watching the police, the deputy's audio, his video camera, and she asked about Heath. And then the officer, the deputy, mentioned the mother, but then yesterday in his testimony, he said it wasn't the mother, it was just Heath. And that's that.
What, if anything, do you remember about Carly describing for you seeing Bennett and his mom on the scene?
Yes, I believe in my audio it talks about how she was worried. She remembers seeing Bennett and Bennett's mother and was worried that they would hate her.
And did she tell you why she thought they would hate her at that moment?
She didn't elaborate that. I had my presumptions, but I did not force her to say why.
Because based upon what she told you, she only remembered letting the dogs out and coming to in the sewer, right?
Right.
So they'd be mad at her about something to do with letting the dogs out?
I don't know.
Dr. Pickett, I want to talk to you a little more about your opinion regarding the McNaughton standard in this case, right? So we, unfortunately, people had to see these videos where Carly goes into a room, we hear 3 gunshots, and then she comes out. I want you to walk me through the reasons that you believe that she had specific intent to commit these crimes and that she knew right from wrong at the time.
Okay. Well, backing up a little bit, just knowing the context from what I was told, or from what I gathered from reviewing Discovery, was
Let's not go that far.
Bennett
Not that
and
bad.
Shan were really concerned about her substance abuse. That's what I saw in text messages with Discovery, reading that. So they approached her mom, and Carly went there after school. They rode home, but did not talk. This is per Carly. She was frustrated. Ashley was frustrated, per Carly. And then when they get home, starting the garage video footage, I see Carly, what looks like she kind of jerks the door open, looks frustrated. Then they go inside, and they're at the kitchen. They put everything down, and they make eye contact. And Carly looks her in the eyes and kind of rolls her neck like this, which is kind of, to me, seems like a tense situation. They're not talking. And then Ashley goes straight to Carly's side of the house, presumably Carly's room. So knowing the context, seeing that, it seems like a tense situation where Ashley being as involved, and her, according to Carly, one of her greatest fears was that Carly would one day turn into her dad, who constantly used substances and had a lot of mood lability. And so Mom Ashley seems to go straight to Carly's room, or Carly's side of the house. I don't know that it was her room. And Carly can be seen on the Wise video footage kind of moving back and forth, touching her face, touching her hair. Seems a little frustrated, anxious. And so I go through all that video, I watch it, and then after Carly walks back in the house. So at one point you see in the video, Carly takes the dogs out. Ashley comes back. She kind of looks through the window. At one point, she has what looks like a little black cylinder-shaped small object in her hand. I don't know what it is. I presume, based on the context and knowing what about it, that it is maybe a vape pen. I don't know for sure. And so then Ashley goes back towards, I think, her room and then Carly's room. Area, side of the house. Carly comes in the house, and at this time, Ashley is on Carly's side of the house. Carly kind of comes up to the entryway. She's leaning forward. She's got both of her hands, not in fists, I don't want to say fists, but down by her side. She's leaning forward. She pauses as if she's thinking something. and then slowly turns towards her room. And then she quickly, briskly walks directly across the screen from Carly's side of the house to Ashley's side of the house. So given the context and seeing her walk so briskly, seemingly purposefully, directly to where the object is that could kill her mother or kill somebody, to me shows an intact memory. It shows an intact motor function. It shows coordination, and it suggests a specific intent.
That's a good
She
point.
did not walk to the kitchen and grab a banana. She did not walk to in a disorganized state of mind. She did not walk to the living room and grab a remote control in a confused, dissociative spell. She walked directly to where the sole object that could kill her mother was, and she retrieved it. To me, that says that this person shows a very specific intent on what they plan to do. And that suggests that she understands the nature and the quality of what she's about to do. That's why she went specifically to where the gun was, not to the kitchen or to anywhere else. Continuing on, and it gets even more convincing to me as I watch the video, at 16, 14, 15 on that video, she peeks around the corner and she's hiding something, concealing something behind her back. To me, this shows a spatial awareness. So Ashley could have moved. Ashley could have moved to the kitchen. You've got to look around and see, because if that person has moved, your intended target has moved, you don't want to just walk straight across to your room with this object. They could intervene. They could see you. They could stop you. Instead, in a very methodical
That's what words I
manner,
use.
she
Methodical.
peeks around the corner with the object behind her back. To me, that shows spatial awareness. And these are high functioning executive skills that your brain has to, different areas, the frontal lobe, the parietal lobe, the occipital lobe, all of these different areas of the brain have to do this for you to do such intricate things. This was done, in my opinion, as a forensic psychiatrist reviewing this video, to locate the intended victim, to ensure Ashley had not moved so that she could not intervene, and so that she could, and she did it in a very, just her head around the corner, hiding the object. That suggests, that's almost predatory, in my opinion. That is looking, that is intentional, that's not accidental, that's not dissociative, that's not psychotic.
Exactly. Right, Heidi?
Then
Exactly.
after she does that, she clears the kitchen. She sidesteps with the object still behind her back. And this object is still directly where the Wise camera cannot see it. And it's an awkward sidestep. And I wouldn't expect somebody to do that unless they were intentionally trying to conceal or avoid detection from the surveillance camera. And that, to me, suggests strongly that she appreciated the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of what she was doing at that time. Then she goes into her bed, her side of the house.
You could have said this like an hour ago.
And we hear the gunshots. And then we hear some screams. And as I know from reviewing the autopsy pictures, there were at least 2 shots in Ashley's head. That takes that marksmanship of landing those shots on a relatively small target that if you shoot it once, I presume with gravity and whatnot, it might move. So to stay on it and shoot it again shows a high level of brain functioning.
I
Motor
didn't even think of
centers,
that.
the cerebellum with coordination, the occipital lobe with the visual centers. This is a high level of functioning. So then, continuing on, then Carly comes, a little time passes, Carly comes into the dining area and she gets Ashley's phone. I believe it's Ashley's phone from what I've been told. And there's a passcode on it, and she unlocks it, which that to me shows that she has some degree of intact memory, hand-eye coordination, and that this was calculated and specific. You have to type in a specific code to unlock the phone. It's not a disorganized, unintentional, random numbers. It's a specific code. And then she
Nice try,
texts
kiddo.
Heath, her stepfather, which is a specific target. It's not a disorganized, confused, psychotic, random numbers. It's Heath's phone that she dials. And then she texts him and says, "You almost home, comma, honey, question mark." In my report, I used some very strong language just to describe this one aspect. I used the word diabolical. And I
Didn't I
stand
use
by
the
that
word
word.
diabolical?
I do not
Maybe I should
believe
be a doctor.
Carly is diabolical person. I do not believe she's an evil person.
I do,
I
for the
believe
record.
all of us have the potential for good and evil, and in us, it's human nature. As a psychiatrist, I study human nature, anger, lust, greed. These are things I study. And so we all have the potential to do that. But when Carly on that day went and unlocked the phone, texted a specific target, her stepfather, who she told me was more of a father figure to her than Kevin was, and said, "When are you almost home, honey?" Using that honey is an enduring term. I might use it for my family, a loved one. I wouldn't use it for a stranger. When she did that to me, that was very specific and diabolical.
She was
And
trying to
that
sound
to
like her
me
mom.
is not consistent with a dissociative spell. That is not consistent with psychosis. That is not consistent with mania. And it's definitely not consistent with hypomania. To me, that was deceitful. And so the fact that she did it from Ashley's phone instead of her own phone, I asked myself, why would she do that? If I don't know the norms of their family, I don't know if it's normal for Carly to text Heath and say, "Hey, when are you going to be home?" That might have, if that's not normal, that might have been a warning, or like, something wrong. Why are you texting me? Why are you texting me when I'm going to be home? So to me, the fact that she did it from Ashley's phone, posing as her mother who's in the other and dead or dying, really suggests a specific intent, that she understood the nature, the quality of what she was doing, and I would suggest even the wrongfulness.
Yeah, have a great day.
By she didn't use her own phone because she didn't want to raise alarm, in my opinion. Then at one point in that video, right about that same time, she lets out this like hymn. Look, the camera's right there. She knows the camera's there. She sidestepped earlier with the gun behind her back, which tells me she is aware that that camera is there. When she came back into the dining room, she had something behind her back that she laid on the stool. She kept it on the stool behind her. At one point, the dog walks behind her. She kind of looks behind to make sure it's not going to fall off in front of the camera. So all of that suggests to me that she was very aware of the camera. And I think that she was trying to, for lack of better words, play cool and just, she's interested in music. She plays the guitar. She plays the mandolin. She built a mandolin with her grandfather. She's a musical person. And I think she naturally let out this hymn as almost a play cool. I know the camera's on me, but it was not disorganized. It was not in some weird, disorganized fashion. It was not weird language. It was not a demonic voice. It was not. It was a short hymn, and I think she was trying to play cool. And I think it, to me, that was callous.
I think that's her family.
And so, I also think it was related to some nervous adrenaline. Like she's very, and she lets out this hymn. Continuing on, as I watched the video, at one point she goes back, after that, she goes back to her room or her side of the house. I don't know, there was room. And the dogs are in the dining room and they make some noise. And she yells out, Heath, Heath, Heath. That was a very specific name. That was not a disorganized name. It was not a random stranger. It was not in some strange voice. It was very controlled, not like a pressured mania, disorganized or psychotic and disorganized. To me, that shows that she knew exactly who was going to come home. It was not disorganized. It was not illogical. It was logical. And I believe after that, she recognized the dogs keep making noise. I've got to go. I got to get rid of them because I don't know if Heath's coming home. Heath, is that you? Because she is in the room with her dead mother. That to me suggests that she strongly understood the nature and the quality of what she was doing at that time. That's why she called out his name. That's why she let the dogs out, because they were making noise. She doesn't know, is that the dogs making that noise or is that Heath coming in? So she lets the dogs out. And this conveniently puts her right beside the camera footage that then turns off and is later found hidden behind some water bottles in the refrigerator. I presume it's hidden. There were water bottles and it was behind it in the corner. To me, that strongly suggests somebody who's trying to hide evidence and avoid detection because they appreciated the wrongfulness of what they were doing. A psychotic person who's disorganized and doesn't know who they are or what just happened or where they're at, I do not believe would put the camera, take it down and put it in the refrigerator behind water bottles. This also, when she came back out, gives her a second opportunity in front of the camera to play cool. And she said to the dog, she kind of whistles and she says to the dogs, it's okay, it's okay. And I have dogs myself, and I thought, why would I tell my dogs it's okay unless it wasn't okay? Unless even seemingly the dogs might have appreciated that it wasn't okay. I'm not a dog psychiatrist, but some things seem to transcend species.
I want to talk to a dog psychiatrist.
Dogs were down, their ears were down, they were running around, and she lets them out, and she even comforts them and says, it's okay, it's okay, and whistles. And to me, that was kind of self-incriminating. It's a small thing, but a guilty conscience. If you're aware of what you've done, you might try and comfort the dogs and say, it's okay, it's okay. Then, so that's from the video footage. Then I get into the text messages. Do you want me to continue on?
Yes, please.
So with SK Riley, she texts and says, Carly says, I need help, which tells me she understood the situation to some degree. Then she capitalizes it, emphasizing, I need help, which tells me she's serious. She knows, she understands the nature and the quality of what just happened. Then she replies, I can't tell you, which again tells me she understood the wrongfulness, because why couldn't she tell one of her best friends unless she couldn't tell her because she understood that it was wrong? And then she said, I'm not going to KMS. That stands for kill myself or anything. She even appreciated that her friend was concerned that she was going to harm herself. And she recognized that and was able to tell her friend and comfort her friend, I'm not going to kill myself. That showed me a awareness of her situation and even an appreciation of her friend's concern. Continuing on, she referenced, I'm glad you met Raymond. So I found out through discovery and things and talking, and that Raymond, I believe, is a boyfriend of Sarah's or a friend or a lover or something. And she references this Raymond, and SK Riley even thanked her for that. To me, if you're in a dissociative spell where you are so out of your mind and so psychotic that you don't understand the nature, quality of what you're doing, I find it very hard to believe that you would be able to recall a relationship that your friend has with somebody and reference that to them.
Your Honor, maybe approach just a second.
Oh boy. Maybe approach for just a second. Jesus. Oh, the defense is pissed because he's tearing her insanity defense apart. I mean, it's slow, but I understand it's necessary, but he is taking it piece by piece of that video. If she was experiencing a dissociative spell, she would not do this. She would not do this. Then we move on. Then she would not do this. She would not do this. Like,
Dr. Pickett, other than the Sarah Kate Rayleigh text messages, were there other messages that indicated to you, because the jury has heard some of those messages from Sarah Catherine Rayleigh and Bennett Germany, were there other messages or other things that you relied upon in determining that she did in fact know right from wrong on that day?
There's other text messages. There's one with Bennett and there's one with Thad. And then there's also some things from Brooks' statement that I read that were, but see, that's her statement, but these are actually Carly's words at the time. And so I think they're important because to me, they speak volumes about her understanding of the nature and the quality at the time. So I know those witnesses have spoken, but the text messages do speak to her understanding of the nature and the quality of what was going on.
And included in some of those messages, I think Sarah Catherine read out something to the effect of,
I'm going to grab
last
her a
message
snack
was,
and
"I'll
change
tell
her diaper
you
real quick.
tomorrow if I
Be
see
back.
you." Did you consider that one?
Yeah. That to me suggested that she had a more than an understanding, even an appreciation that there might be some consequences coming my way for this, and I may not see you tomorrow.
And similarly, when she told Thad, excuse my language, I've fucked up. I mean, that would indicate that she knew that she had done something wrong.
In my opinion, yes.
She was able to tell Bennett what her address was and where she was. Is that your understanding of the text messages between them as well?
Yes, which I did not believe that would be consistent with a dissociative spell or somebody who was disorganized or psychotic, or even having a dissociative amnesia, that they would be able to recall their address and state it in a text message, which again requires the language centers of the brain, the visual centers, the hand-eye coordination, and the recall memory to do that.
And then I believe that you referenced in your report some of the messages with Thad, and the jury's had the benefit of hearing him testify, but he actually offered to call 911, and at some point she tells him, no, you can't do that.
Yeah. To me, that would strongly suggest that she understood the nature and quality of what happened, and that she understood the wrongfulness, because if he were to call 911 and paramedics show up, then she would be seen with a dead body there. And
I want to talk about Brooks' statement just a little bit regarding Carly shooting and attempting to kill Heath. What particularly about Brooks' statement led you to believe that Carly knew right from wrong and had specific intent for that crime?
yes, I will answer. I do want to clarify that the video footage and the text messages, that's all my opinion off of my observations of all this. When we get into Brooks' statements, that is my opinion based on somebody else's statement. So it has to be taken with a grain of salt there. But if what Brooks says is true, suppose reportedly, per her statement, Carly asked her, are you squeamish around dead bodies? Which certainly, if that is true, suggests that Carly understood at the time the nature and the quality of what she had done. And even that somebody else may have different feelings about it, which shows a higher level of appreciation that I can not only know my feelings, but I can understand how you might feel. And then, do you want me to continue on as far as
Yes,
Brooks?
please.
Reportedly, if what Brooks says is true, Carly assured Brooke not to worry about the cameras, that they had already been taken care of. And so that would suggest to me that Carly appreciated, understood the wrongfulness of her, what she had done, and therefore was trying to avoid detection.
And then she also made some comment to Brooke about, I put 3 in my mom and I got 3 more waiting for my stepdad when he gets home.
Yeah. If that is true, that would strongly suggest that Carly, at the time of the offense, understood the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of what she had done.
I want to back up just a little bit to Dr. Clark's diagnoses of Carly. I diagnosed her as being bipolar, schizophrenic tendencies, disassociation, and eating disorder. So we've gone through, Dr. Pickett, how you, other than the eating disorder, you do not agree with his diagnoses. But for argument's sake, let's say that all of his diagnoses are proper. That Carly did suffer from bipolar, some form or symptoms of a schizophrenic-like situation and possibly a disassociation. That does not mean that she is insane, correct?
Correct. As I was explaining earlier, having a threshold diagnosis is just your ticket to even consider insanity. Without a diagnosis, you cannot even consider the other prongs of the standard. You have to have that just to even be considered. That in and of itself does not equal insanity. In my opinion, from what I know, based on the state standard. I have, from experience, I have patients who have schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, and they know when we talk, hey, all right, you're going home soon. You know you don't need to do this or that. You take your medicine. They know right from wrong. Just because they have the diagnosis does not mean they're insane. I do have my diagnoses.
Yes, I was about to ask you if you could tell ladies and gentlemen kind of what you diagnosed Carly with and then kind of your overall conclusion regarding those diagnoses and how that might have affected her on that day.
Yes, sir. So based on record review, she was diagnosed with adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood and a single major depressive episode. I agree with those based on the records and what I've reviewed at the time. I think those were reasonable. I also, in addition, felt like she met criteria for generalized anxiety disorder.
That's what I have.
Includes according to the DSM-5-TR, excessive anxiety or worry occurring more days than not for at least 6 months. The individual finds it difficult to control, and they have at least 3 of the following symptoms: restlessness or feeling keyed up or on edge. So they're antsy, they're on edge, they feel restless, being easily fatigued. I did not think that one applied. Difficulty concentrating or mind going blank. I feel like that could apply to her zoning out. Her irritability, it says, muscle tension and sleep disturbances. And then it says, these cannot be better attributed to a substance or another mental disorder. So for generalized anxiety disorder, she seemed on edge. That's one of the reasons she explained to me that she smoked marijuana was if she was going to have she couldn't sleep at night, or if she was going to have a bad day that day, she didn't want to have a nervous breakdown at school, she might smoke marijuana to help with her anxiety and nervousness. The mind going blank, that may explain her zoning out. In psychiatry, we kind of try to find diagnoses that explain most of the symptoms, and the generalized anxiety disorder is pervasive. I mean, it goes back to when she was a child talking with Annette Bryant about adjustment and anxiety and the issues she was having with her dad. So on edge, hence she used marijuana. mind going blank, the zoning out spells, irritability, and the sleep disturbances. All of those are included in generalized anxiety disorder. So I felt like, based on the DSM-5-TR, she met criteria for that, and it would explain a lot of her symptoms. Also,
Whoa.
cluster B traits. So people are typically
Oh, all of a sudden my Siri
hesitant
wanted to go nuts.
to diagnose a personality
fuck?
disorder in a child, in an adolescent, because the brain is still developing. There's hormones involved, and it can be stigmatizing, and it takes time to really get to know that person. They have to have a pervasive pattern. I looked through years and years and years of records, decade of record, back to 2011. So 2011 to 2024. So yeah, over a decade. I felt like that gave me the ability to look at things over a long period of time. Again, I'm not going to diagnose her with a personality disorder, but she does show some emerging cluster B traits. In personality disorders, which are common, there's different clusters. They get grouped together based on different things. She shows some what's called cluster B, which includes borderline personality, antisocial personality, narcissistic personality, and histrionic personality. I think her narcissistic personality shows, especially when she talks to her therapist about, I get tired of these students who don't, they just, they sleep through this good teaching, and it's in a derogatory tone. When she talked about this voice that's condescending towards other people, it did not come across to me as a legitimate auditory hallucination, but more so maybe some narcissistic traits and condescension towards others. In her journal, she talks about, well, when you read this one day, maybe I'll, make the nuclear bomb. Not that I plan to, but she saw herself as this child genius that she described in her, based on her school records, which I agree with. She might be. You'd need intellectual testing to formally prove that, but her grades certainly suggest that she's very talented and gifted. But the cluster B traits, the most important one is the borderline. So borderline personality and bipolar disorder commonly get confused. Commonly. This, because both of them have the mood lability, the ups, the downs, the ups, the downs. Both of them have that, but they have a different cadence. And bipolar disorder, like I said earlier, bipolar 1, 7 days, bipolar 2, 4 days, and then depressed for 2 weeks. Importantly, in borderline personality, your mood lability can be minute to minute, hour to hour, and it's often related to the circumstances around you. And it's often seen in people who've, some of these personality disorders are often seen in people who have experienced childhood trauma. Borderline personality disorder also traits shows cutting or self-harm. Relationships are also usually very intense with your friends. I love them. I can't live without them. And in her journal, she does talk about, couldn't go a day without them. Some of her friends. I'm so lucky to have them. There's also some devaluation. There's idolization and devaluation in your relationship. So one person you idolize, one person you can't stand. As a clinician, a provider, I often see this where they'll say, Dr. Pickett, you're the best doctor that I've ever seen. You're the only doctor who ever listens to me. But then they'll go see another doctor, or they'll come see me and I'll say, Dr. Pickett, you're the worst doctor. I hate you. I can't stand you. But this other doctor, he's the only doctor. So there's idolization. And with Carly, I believe there may have been some idolization of Ashley and devaluation of Kevin. Then borderline personality also deals with abandonment. Now, when I asked Carly about abandonment, whether that was an issue, she did not make it a big deal. But the way she describes her friendships, I would be skeptical if one of her friends were to abandon her, how she would take that. Would she start cutting more? A lot of patients will trade emotional pain for physical pain. So they'll cut. It's not an attempt to kill themselves, but it's an exchange. And so borderline traits, again, even though she has, and rage, anger, difficulty controlling your anger is another characteristic of a borderline personality. And so their relationships are often up and down, hot and cold, rocky. They can have trouble with their rage. And that was the last theme when I reviewed Dr. LPC Kirk's notes, was they had talked about anger as a secondary emotion, how to appropriately manage that. That was the day before. And so generalized anxiety disorder, which can explain a lot of her nervousness, the restlessness, the zoning out, the sleep disturbances, and anxiety is a overwhelming theme throughout all of her, most of her psychiatric records. The borderline personality disorder is much more consistent with traits. I'm not going to label an adolescent with a disorder. And the DSM-5 says, the DSM-5 TR says, all of the traits can become present as early as 12 to 13 years old. They can be present. So even though I'm reluctant, the DSM-5 TR recognizes that you can call them out, you can address them when you see them in unusual cases, which I think this is. Then I also said some psychopathic traits, and I don't use that word lightly, especially in an adolescent. But as I was reviewing her journal, where she says it's okay to be evil, when I see the callous nature in which she left her dead mother to text her next intended victim, and then even used the word honey, that is callous. And it is very concerning to me. In her journal, she often talked about, there were violent themes. I think she may have some with her friends. As I was reviewing Discovery, there's memes about violence. There's often this mix of fantasy, dark humor, and violence.
Hey, don't knock the dark humor. I have that.
I've seen a lot of memes. I won't go into them, but the callousness of which she did that, she has this superficial charm. She's charming. She's very likable. I liked her when I did the interview. I don't like saying any of these things, but I truly believe them. And so she's very charming. Manipulation. She took extensive notes about how to manipulate. And I have somewhere in here, and I can find it, 85 pages of some manipulative behaviors that I document. Okay, here we are.
I feel like she's still manipulating Heath because she killed his wife.
So I can find that if we really need to.
Is jumping through hoops.
I mean, based off of
We've-
the evidence that you reviewed and
We've
her
done enough.
journals and sketchbooks, and the interviews with the other children, family, and friends, you determined that she exhibited some manipulative behavior.
I did. Real quickly, and I'll move on, I thought there was a lack of remorse. I think she has shown some remorse now.
Because she knows she's going to jail.
Yes. Tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we've been going for a little while. I'm going to let y'all go ahead and take your afternoon rest. Okay?
Well. I think she's screwed. Screwed. I just can't understand. I keep going back to her stepdad. She was never angry. She was never mad. She never got upset. She never got in trouble. The hell? Like, I just don't. Some ain't adding up.
All right, record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. You have to approach. I'll hear any objection. You can object from there.
Both, I just wanted to make people aware that both SK's parents and BG's parents have texted me during this witness's exam to say that their children's names are being used. And
I didn't associate their children with this case. I've done everything I can do to prevent their names from being used. But at some point, the law does not prohibit the witnesses from using their names. That's not the law.
No, Your Honor, but it was in your court order that.
Well, guess what? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
I think the media is doing their best with this. They're doing their best.
Thank you, Judge.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Holy shit. Oh, damn. I love Judge Arthur. He is, wow. Wow. Like, I got nothing for that. Like, he's had a couple mic drop moments in this, but like, Bridgett Todd knows the law, and I understand her wanting to protect the kids' names, but like, at the end of the day, there's no law up against it. So guess what? I think, Flash fan, I think he was fed up with. So Roy, they were gonna take the defense wanted to approach because god awful, they can't go 20 minutes without saying that I want to approach. But the judge was like, we've been going for a while. Let's let the jury take their afternoon break. And he was like, I'll just back it up because it's just so much easier if I just let him do the talking, and I'm not going to put words in his mouth. Let's go. Oh.
All right, record reflect where I was at the president.
Sorry. I'll be quieter.
Hear any objection?
Do you want us to come?
You can object from there.
I just wanted to make you aware that both SK's parents and BG's parents have texted me during this witness's exam to say that their children's names are being used. And
I didn't associate their children with this case. I've done everything I can do to prevent their names from being used. But at some point, the law does not prohibit the witnesses from using their names. That's not the law.
No, Your Honor, but it was in your court order that it wasn't to be put on media.
I think the media is doing their best with this. They're doing their best. I mean, the most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Yeah. 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 I said from the very start, when I was joking about the judge being so concerned with the jury's lunch the next day, and that one's hard because I understand where the parents are coming from, but at the end of the day, they're friends with a murderer. So it is what it is. Like, there's no law in Mississippi. The judge, even a lot of states will allow audio of a child's testimony or a minor's testimony, so that we can still hear what's being said. But like, it sorry, like, who the hell can make me speechless? Let's be honest. Judge Arthur. I think after the defense's shenanigans after lunch, that I think after the defense's shenanigans, and he was already pissed at them. He's been pissed at them for months. And the reason why I think, and Flash fan, you can tell me what you think of this because you followed this case closer than anybody. You're our expert. Flash fan is the reason I found this case when nobody else was covering it, and now people are streaming it, and it's like, interesting. But side note, but tangent engaged, I guess. But like, I believe the reason on day 2 and 3 he ruled in the defense's favor, even though he thought he was wrong, was to prevent shit like this. So when he got pissed at them and when he ruled against them on certain things, they can't claim that he was being unfair because of other decisions he made. He was trying to be extremely fair and not do anything. But at a certain point, holy fuck. Like, accusing the prosecution of a Brady violation because you can't figure out how to use technology because you're a boomer does not mean the state screwed up. And everybody knows me. I am against the state and most things. So the state really has to win me over in order for me not to yeah, I'm going to use that from now on, everybody. Yeah, he even said he wanted the prosecution to appeal his decision so that it would go to the Supreme Court and there would be some case law. But I've been kind of looking at Stream Deck. But a Stream Deck is like $200 and it ain't in the budget. We'll see what happens, what small little money I can make from when YouTube monetizes me, and whatever I may earn from, super chats and memberships and stuff like that. But I'm not sure if I'm not entirely sure if because remember, when I get monetized, I'm only getting monetized with the ability to have memberships and super chats. I need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours in order to get ad revenue or any sense of like, a monthly random income. So we're just gonna have to see what happens and see where we go from there. But it's a Stream Deck. The mini is like $80, but it's yeah, it's only got 6 buttons, and I think I might go through that too fast. Hey, Stacy, how you been? Oh my goodness, we just had a complete and total mic drop moment from the judge. He is royally pissed off. Today we've had Brady violation or accusations, mental health experts that are breaking down exactly minute by minute the video of her in the kitchen and the actual unaliving event. We've had the judge fly off the handle. We've had parents text the defense attorneys because their kids named. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's I would say the first 10 minutes of the stream. Then a half an hour later, because we kind of skipped to Sarah Boone hearing because the court was on a break for this shit show. And then about 10 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago. So if you back up the stream like 5 minutes, you can see Judge Arthur's mic drop. He literally pissed off the yeah. I'm pretty sure if he has a punching bag in his chambers, it's being used at this point. So if he comes out sweaty, we know he was doing a little bit of, shadow boxing back there because it's yeah. So we're gonna share, and I gotta log out here so that you can't see my and I haven't made I haven't made baby squid a wish list yet. I mean, she has one, but I have to change the name and stuff. Yeah, I've never seen him this angry before. I've never let's see. This list is for me. Let's see. Yeah, I've just it's one of those things of like he I just can't like I don't know what to do. Like what do you think is going to be the first thing he says when he gets back in the courtroom? Is like I think he's lost his patience with the defense. And even kind of lost his patience with the prosecution, even though she was trying her best to StreamYard doesn't have sounds. In fact, I can't even figure out how to get my logo from down here or from up here in this corner to down over the law and crime logo. That's why we're doing a little bit different of a layout, is so that I don't yeah, this case is the first time that I've ever seen this judge too, but even in the hearings, he was losing his cool with the defense attorneys. It all goes back to the discovery. So I find it freaking like karmic justice that they bitch about discovery when they're the ones who effed up the discovery in the like I mean, it's kind of I mean, there's a witness that so even if you couldn't produce a witness about the unaliving of her mother, she shot her stepdad. Like she shot her stepdad. Like it's just one of those things of like, holy crap. Like the defense. Like I usually like defense attorneys because I'm like, you know, it's but between this defense attorney and Sarah Boone, I am losing my cool with the stupid motions and stupid objections and stupid accusations. To accuse a prosecutor of a Brady violation because you can't read your damn discovery and you can't use technology is not the prosecutor's problem. That sounds like you need to take a continuing ed class on how to use courtroom technology. Just saying. What do you need my help with? Whoa. Whoa. Right now, I really can't even tell you who's worse. They're both bad in different ways. Owens for thinking that he can write every motion. Like there weren't many motions in this case. I mean, there were, but not really that many. and I have access to all of them too. But it's it, yeah, and like yeah, and Carrie Morrissey, I don't believe that was actually intentional on her part, but she still should have corrected the people who did it. I believe that was more of a cop problem, but at the same time, at the end of the day, you're the one taking you end up taking the fall for everybody else. So you're the figurehead. Yeah, he was angry in pretrial. He's been angry at this defense team for a long time. And I believe he includes the prosecution in the I'm angry at all of you guys. So that there's not he can't be accused of picking on one side. That it's like I hate everybody equally, even though you're the ones who really caused it. Ugh. And that dress does not fit. Like, haircut, whether people like the haircut or not, she needs a damn brush. It doesn't look like she's brushed her hair. And to have your cell phone, I understand having it there, but to actively look at your cell phone during oh yeah, he is pissed off. So pissed off. Like, I just can't even. Yeah, if one of you messes up, you're all in trouble. I think you can, but I don't think you can use it. There's a difference. Here we go. I think if the neckline was better, it could be cute, but the sheer part just is too big.
Last question was, that's all right, Dr. Pickett, based off the evidence that you reviewed her journals and scratchbooks and interview with other children, family, and friends, you determined that she exhibited some manipulative behavior.
He's still not happy. Even a boat neck would be great, but yeah, a V-neck would be awesome. Might make her taller. It might take some emphasis away from her face. I didn't see the video. I kind of moved on. Yeah, Stacy, go right to where the break was. Right when they went to a break. He storms out of the courtroom.
Dr. Pickett, we were discussing the diagnoses that you had rendered about Carly, and we left off, you were talking about manipulative behavior. Were there any other diagnoses that you attributed to Carly?
Yes. I didn't finish my thoughts on the psychopathic traits. There's a few other characters I'd like to just say real quickly.
Sure.
About the manipulative behavior. I found one example. There's others, but I thought her journal that talked about the emotional manipulation and the happy hurting. I thought that was concerning. She describes herself in the journal as melodramatic, and she asked herself at one point, am I just pretending just so my friends will feel obligated to comfort and care for me? About her emotional state, I thought that was manipulative. I thought about the fact that she didn't tell some of her, like LPC Kirk, about some of her marijuana use and such. I thought that was hiding and manipulative. And then when we were talking, sometimes she kind of de-emphasized certain things, and I kind of felt like I was being, pushed, not pushed towards a certain diagnosis, or I thought it was manipulative. So that's where I got that. Another psychopathic trait is like poor behavioral control. So I looked through a lot of things. I mean, obviously, the incident is a poor behavioral control and doing the. There's other things. The knife incident with the school, where she initially said it was for somebody told her to. She told me that a friend told her to bring it, but then after reviewing the discovery, it said that she had told them it was for protection and mentioned some high school students. And then some promiscuous sexual behavior. There was a sex toy found at the scene. There was the nipple piercings, and so I'm certainly not
Wait, what?
diagnosing a 15-year-old.
I missed
I'm just saying
that first
there are
part.
some concerning traits. And given me trying to rationalize why did this happen, that played a factor to some degree. And then lastly, I agreed with some other specified trauma and stress related disorder, like an adjustment disorder with prolonged duration of more than 6 months without prolonged duration of the stressor, which basically adjustment disorder, which is a type of trauma related disorder.
And considering all of those diagnoses, what was your final conclusion? We talked about it kind of in the beginning. I want to come back to it. Your final conclusion about whether or not Carly meets the standard of McNaughton insane in the state of Mississippi.
So all of those diagnoses gets me to consider McNaughton. So she's got the ticket, she meets the threshold to consider it. So I considered it, but her actions, for which I observed on the video and reading on the text messages and reading all the discovery and understanding what seems to be the context, in my opinion, her actions strongly demonstrate that she understood the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions on that day. And therefore, in my opinion, the ultimate decision is for the fact finders, but my opinion is that she does not meet Mississippi's standard for insanity.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
Attorney Witness, Your Honor.
Is that JJ doll? Is that JJ doll like yours? Yeah, I can't. This cross is gonna.
I may beg the court's indulgence for just a second to get organized, Your Honor.
You've had 2 hours to try to be organized. Hey. Cup of hot. Oh. I don't think this cross is going to be more than 15 minutes.
Dr. Pickett, or may it please court. Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions for you, I guess, regarding your report and everything that you just testified. First of all, I know you're a forensic psychiatrist, and I know you're, I think you're qualified emergency room technician or as emergency room doctor, as a psychiatrist and as a forensic psychiatrist.
Yes, sir.
My understanding is, when did you become a psychiatrist? I guess when you become a forensic, when I say psychiatrist, a forensic psychiatrist, that's when you become board certified. Is that sort of, or do you just take the classes and then you get board certified?
So you complete your psychiatry residency first. You graduate from that. You get a degree that you're a psychiatrist, but at that time you're just a general psychiatrist. You still have to take whatever state boards to be licensed. Then you apply for a fellowship. It's a very competitive process. you get selected, and then you are a fellow. You're not on your own, but you are seeing forensic related cases under the supervision of the supervisor.
And when did you become, I guess, become an official board certified forensic psychologist or psychiatrist?
So I graduated from my fellowship in forensic psychiatry in June of 2023. And then I believe I took my boards around September. No, what was it? 20, yeah. That would have been September 2023 when I got my board certification. But you're doing forensic cases, that would have started in July of 2022.
Okay, so you've been doing forensic cases since July of 22, which is approximately 2 years.
Approximately, yes, sir.
Okay. And you actually became board certified in, I guess you said October?
I'm estimating September of 2023.
Okay. So less than about a year from now, right around about a year.
Approximately.
Are they trying to seriously go after the fact that
Okay.
he's only been doing it for a year?
And
I mean,
you don't have a specialty in child or adolescent psychiatry, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And wouldn't you agree that anytime you're dealing with kids, adolescents, there's little nuances and differences in those situations, correct?
I think there's certainly subtle, little, as you said, little nuances. But as a general psychiatrist, we do have experience with pediatric and adolescents. We do at least a year in our residency of exclusively child and adolescent. So we do get trained on it in residency. And as a general psychiatrist, you commonly can see whatever age you feel comfortable with. You don't have to be board certified to see it, is what I'm trying to say.
Not saying you don't. I guess my question is I'm sort of getting into, there's an actual, I guess, board certification, which is for children and adolescents.
Yes, sir.
And
why are all
so
defense attorneys obsessed
how
with
many
board
more years of
certifications? They
school
really
do you
don't
have
mean
to
that
go
much.
to get to that point?
It means you paid extra
2
money.
years, I believe.
Okay. And that sort of, you get all the specialties and everything, so you know the nuances and how everything works. Is that correct?
I think they have more training in it. I agree
Okay.
with that.
And Dr. Clark, who you watched testify yesterday, he's board certified in children and adolescent.
Board certified just means you
psychiatry,
paid extra money.
According to what he said, yes, sir.
correct? Yes. And are you doubting what Dr. Clark said about his qualifications?
No.
Okay. So he would have more, I guess, training and stuff in as far as, I guess, with children and adolescents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's also, I think, been practicing for, I think it was 25 or 30 years, correct?
I think that's what he said. Yes, sir.
And so he would have a lot more experience.
Yeah, Roy,
than
I
you do.
agree.
If you're, I guess, where you're at.
And I'm
for
sorry I'm talking
forensic,
over him, but I don't care at this point.
Psychiatry just started about a year ago. Would that be correct?
That's supposed to be a question.
What part of that are you asking is correct? That my training was just a year ago, or that he has a lot more experience than me?
He has a lot more experience.
Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, he's even taught psychiatry, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. Now, I want to go through this. It seems like, have you ever heard of the term confirmational bias?
You're seriously going to use
Yeah.
confirmational bias.
And isn't it true that what confirmational bias is you get something in your head and then you go out and you start trying to prove it, as opposed to figuring out what the big picture is, you sort of narrow it down and you try to get a specific result. Would that be correct?
Yeah. I think that would be the definition of confirmation bias.
Now, do we have a little bit of confirmational bias in this situation?
No.
Honestly, I do not believe so. I told the prosecutors that I'm going to be as objective as I can, but once I start reviewing discovery and learning about this case, depending on what those point me to, will determine my opinion. And once my opinion falls on the side, then I'm going to, advocate my opinion.
Okay, now I'm
Well,
okay with the
there's
fact
some
that this
things
dude took
that
so
I
long
guess
to explain everything
and I'm not going to go through
because it told us his
everything
thought
as
process.
far as your report and everything, because I'm not a psychiatrist, and you know a whole lot
Not
more
a very
about
good lawyer either.
psychiatry than I can ever
Sorry.
ask you questions about. But you would agree with me, Dr. Clark testified that he had diagnoses that were very different from the ones that you had today.
Yes, sir.
And you would also agree that Dr. Clark has a lot more experience, correct?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
board certified, you take a test, but
Now,
you only have to take
there's
one
some
test
things
one
that I
time.
wanted to go over because you talked about, I guess, that there wasn't really anything that led you that could be used that would lead you to believe that she was suffering from, I guess what Dr. Clark called wasn't delusional. What was it? What did he term it? What was her condition?
He said many things.
Yeah, wasn't it dissociative or something? What was it? What was he saying that she was suffering from?
I don't want to speak for Dr. Clark, but I believe he was saying something along the lines.
Disassociation, maybe? Okay, is that what he was saying, that she was in a state of disassociation?
I think he said that.
Okay. And so you don't believe that, well, one, let me back up. You said you're not really familiar with that, correct?
I said I'm not the nation's leading expert on it, but we get trained on it in residency. I've read about it in the DSM-5 TR. I've read various articles about it preparing for this. So.
Have you had people that have been under this affliction before?
Very few.
Very few. And it's not something that's common.
Hong Hero, you don't want to know. I'd be kicked off of YouTube.
Is you said this is a very unusual case. This is a rare case. Wouldn't you agree on that?
Get your ass off the table.
I think it's unusual for a 15-year-old to shoot and kill their mother. And it's unusual in that aspect. It is not unusual as far as the psychiatric diagnoses and mental health based on review of her records, in my opinion. That's actually very common.
So the situation is very unusual. You don't see this very often. And the fact pattern is really unusual in this, isn't it?
Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by fact pattern?
Did you ever see any violent tendencies at any time? Were you able, in your, I guess, review of everything, were you able to see any tendencies that she had? And I'm talking about Carly.
I'm simply trying to recall some of the journal entries. Some of them had negative themes, that I would say, and they idolized characters who were violent. And so did she have some predilection towards that, or based on her personal journal? Yes, but did I see any from her? No, I did not.
And the journal was what that you saw that she talked about movies? That's what that led you to believe that she has violent tendencies?
In her journals, she talks about happy hurting with her emotional manipulation. She talks about she really liked the Pinocchio movie, and her favorite parts were when the bomb dropped on the church that killed Carlo and Mussolini. And she referred to that she might one day be famous for making a nuclear bomb. Not that she had in plans to do that, and it's okay to be evil, and she chooses fire because it is powerful, beautiful, and deadly. So no, I did not see her do violent acts from the offense, but I did see the theme of concerning things, and many of them had violent themes.
And that's it. That, what you just read off, that was it.
I do not believe that's it. That's what I could find as a needle in a haystack of an 85-page report. But there were themes of that.
Now, you said, you brought this up, and you said life's greatest, what is it, illusion is innocence?
Mhm.
And you made a big deal of that, right? And you said that
I made
you
another
thought
one.
that was, I don't say inappropriate, but her putting it in her journal caused you concern.
To some degree, yes, especially given the context of where we're at now.
Do you know where that comes from? It comes from a video game.
Okay. What's your point?
That's it. It's a video game. It's called Skyrim.
What's your
No
point?
clue, did you? You had no clue that that's where it's coming from. You thought? Did you think she made it up?
I am familiar with the game Skyrim as a gamer myself. Her screen name was Lazy Assassin. That was her online screen name too. If we're going to talk about video games and violence and Skyrim. And Skyrim is an adult game, and there are some things in there that I don't think are appropriate for a 14-year-old, but that's just my personal opinion.
And kids play that all the time, and I agree with you. There's probably things that are inappropriate. But that's the game. Did you not recognize it?
No.
Where's Flux?
Now, there's also,
Flux, I
I
need
think you would
you.
agree with me that there's a lot of, in her journal, there's a lot of, I guess, quotes from songs or lyrics from songs and things like that. And that's all pretty benign, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the one thing, and this is where I get into this confrontational bias a little bit. Every time there's something that points to a different position or for what Dr. Clark brings up, you say you're discounting the journal, that where she says that she's hearing voices and all this kind of stuff, and she's hearing voices before this incident. You're like, I'm going to discount that. That doesn't really count. But then you turn around and want to use stuff like this and say, yeah, I'm taking these little statements and it's violent tendencies. So why is it that you're sort of, how you say, cherry picking the different parts of it that suit you?
I would have to disagree with that. I'm bring up a few highlights that are concerning to me. But also in my report, I mentioned that in her sketchbook, she has some sketches of little ponies. That wouldn't support that she's violent. That's included in my report. And also, some of the journal stuff is inconsistent in that she mentions, feeling numb and things like that in January in her journal. But then come February, she tells that to the nurse practitioner and they attribute it to her Zoloft. And so some of the things in her journal, are conflicting with what I'm hearing from other sources. So I don't put a whole lot into it. I'm certainly not basing my decision about her insanity on those things. But to even consider insanity, you have to have the prerequisite threshold diagnosis. And therefore, I did a deep dive into an adolescent's journal, but that was only one piece.
Now, the biggest thing that you said led you to believe that, caused you concern was that you were not seeing, I guess, any reporting from either of the two. I guess it's Kirk and the other therapist, and that caused you some concern because you were saying that normally, individuals are going to confide in that person. Would you agree?
Generally, most people would confide in their mental health professional about things that they were concerned about regarding their mental health.
Yeah. Now, we had some testimony from one of the therapists today, and she said that it had taken her, I guess, a year and a half before Carly had opened up about issues. And I think with these people that she started seeing in January, that would have only been about 3 months of seeing people, correct? So there wasn't a lot of history with therapists between, I guess, when she went in January 15th to when the incident happened. Would you agree on that?
So now I really wish
I
those
agree that
text
there was
messages
only those
that
two within that
the
period,
defense
but
was
there
bitching
are
about could come
older
in.
records from a therapist that were also reviewed in my report.
And she wasn't having these issues back then, or correct?
No, and that was actually closer to the traumatic event.
Now, are you sure that's the traumatic event? Because that's one of the things you go to the traumatic event. You can have other things that cause you to have a traumatic event, correct?
You can.
Yeah. So when you're saying that there's a traumatic event in her life and it's whatever happened, it's 5 years ago, we really don't even know if that's what it was, correct?
We don't, but by talking to her and asking about her history, it does seem like when she's talking that was a significant trauma. The Kevin, the neglect, the abuse, and her sister dying at a young age, and her parents divorcing. Those were big. And she hasn't mentioned anything bigger than that to me, or that I have seen in the records.
Now, she was diagnosed with, I guess it would be a major, I guess, psychological issue in January. Was that correct?
I believe LPC Kirk diagnosed her with adjustment disorder, with mixed anxiety and depressed mood, and the mental health nurse practitioner Lieber agreed with that. Also diagnosed her with adjustment disorder and said that she met criteria for a single episode of major depressive disorder.
Yes, and I want to say medication was prescribed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was never discontinued, correct?
No, sir.
And when we're saying discontinued, I'm not trying to, play loose and fast with my question. It is, she's continued to have medication to this day since January of January of this year until currently, as far as you know, correct?
I know she had it up until the incident. I have
At least he's
heard
just
some of the
boring
things
you.
that
He's
she's been
pissing me
on
off.
in jail, or being detained. I don't know the specifics of all that.
Now, in jail, she was diagnosed with a psychological disorder and treated with high doses of antipsychotics, correct?
I would say it's a moderate dose. I think it's 10 of Abilify, Dr. Clark said. I mean, when I'm at the state hospital, now these are adults, I do go up much higher doses, 20 milligrams, even maybe even 30 at times. So 10 milligrams, adolescent, seems moderate. One of the current is, I believe she was on Celexa in jail. So Celexa, that one's a little concerning to me because Lexapro and Celexa has Lexapro in it, essentially, in a very basic term. Citalopram is two mirror images, the R citalopram and the S citalopram. They're mirror images. It gets into biochemistry, blah, blah, blah.
Please don't bore us with the biochem.
It has both in it. The Lexapro is just the S-citalopram portion. So to me, if you're really concerned that the medication was causing some issues, having her on citalopram, Celexa, which is still Lexapro, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Now, the Abilify, we use that for many things. And that could explain some of the,
Well, and this is one thing, Dr. Clark had explained it yesterday. And he said that, yeah, your Celexa has the Lexapro, but it has whatever the other qualities. And it affects the brain a little bit different. So some people that don't do well in Lexapro do well in Celexa. Would you agree on that?
Not really.
I would recommend if somebody had reportedly a bad experience on Lexapro, then you shouldn't use the SSRI that is as close as possible to it and literally contains the same medicine. I think that would be a bad
I actually really like this guy. I wouldn't mind if he was my
And so
psychiatrist.
again, that's where you differ with
I trust
Dr.
him.
Clark.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about, I think you were talking about Dr. Hardy's evaluation of Kevin Gregg.
Yes, sir.
And that's a person you have never, ever seen.
Guess what? You
have
haven't either,
seen
neither has your
3
expert.
pages of, was it medical records, I think you testified to?
Yes, sir.
And you're wanting to basically say that the doctor that has seen him is wrong on his diagnosis, that actually saw him. I know you said it was only for a few hours according to the records. 1 hour for the records that you saw.
Total for all 3 visits was 1 hour.
And so you're saying that he got it wrong, and you don't know if there's even more medical records, do you?
I've asked for the other medical records. I wanted the other medical records because I really wanted to confirm or deny whether Mr. Kevin Gregg actually legitimately has one of these mental disorders or whether it's just substance abuse.
So the way I got it and the way your testimony
The
was,
way I got it.
and maybe
God,
I could be wrong,
attitude.
but
Sometimes Southern draws
it
come
seemed
across
like
as
you
really
were saying
condescending, though. So that
you
could be,
don't want to say,
you know.
first of all, we were dealing with bipolar, and evidently there's a heredity issue with bipolar.
Yes, sir.
And so you were wanting to say that Kevin Gregg really doesn't have bipolar, therefore the heredity part of the prong that would go towards Carly doesn't exist.
I would say yes. If he doesn't legitimately have bipolar disorder, then it makes it less likely that Carly has it.
And so your reasoning is that you want to make another diagnosis over a doctor that actually saw the individual and diagnosed them with bipolar.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
But as my job entails, I have to look at the details. And people are misdiagnosed.
I love it, Roslyn.
Frequently. I know this because I work at the state hospital and these patients come to me and reportedly they have a diagnosis of this or that. And we kind of go through their history and we're like, no, it actually seems more consistent with this. So it is standard to question previous doctors on their records, especially when they're so sparse, especially when there's a big history of drug abuse that can make you look manic, that can make you look psychotic. I wouldn't be doing my job if I just accepted any piece of paper that says somebody has a diagnosis.
So even though there is a diagnosis, a valid diagnosis from a doctor, and you don't have anything to overturn it, you're like, I'm not accepting it. It's basically my understanding.
I disagree with the diagnosis based on extensive review of Mr. Kevin Gregg per all the records, Ashley's description of him, Carly's description of him, grandparents' description of him to the deputy as I was watching the video. Anybody that knew him knew he was addicted to many substances, and he was prescribed Adderall, Klonopin, and Ambien. If I have somebody with bipolar disorder, I'm not going to prescribe them Adderall because that can really push them into a manic episode. And when I reviewed Dr. Hardy's records, he did not justify. If I have a patient that comes to me and this is our first interview,
Hello.
Typically I will say, according to the records I've reviewed, Mr. Johnny has schizophrenia because he had delusional thoughts, he had disorganized thinking, he had auditory hallucinations.
I like the way all these witnesses today have handled Cross.
Dr. Hardy did not do any of that. And actually, his substance abuse was minimized in those records. And so I just don't believe that Kevin may have been as forthcoming with Dr. Hardy, and he may not have had all the records.
Now, what is Thorazine?
It's an antipsychotic.
And that would be something that that was prescribed to Kevin Gregg by Dr. Hardy.
I don't know everything Dr. Hardy may have prescribed him. I know the ones that were very concerning.
And you didn't see that one? You didn't see that?
I don't remember.
What about, I guess it's Respira?
Risperdal.
Yeah, what's that?
That's an antipsychotic.
Okay, that was prescribed to Kevin Gregg by Dr. Hardy, which would be consistent with what's that treating?
we use antipsychotics for behavior. So if somebody comes in and they are acting erratic, violent, aggressive, yelling, screaming, throwing fits, hurting people, we often use mood stabilizers and antipsychotics. So just because somebody's on an antipsychotic does not mean they have psychotic illness or bipolar disorder.
I was on an
You
antipsychotic
never
to help
looked
with my
at
migraines.
I guess the medical records from the jail, correct?
I looked at the ones that were sent to me from Region 8 and I glanced over them. I didn't necessarily put a lot of weight on them only because I am evaluating her sanity at the time of the offense. And what she says to people now that cannot be objectively confirmed, I can't see it and do it in myself and really see that I see this without such giant secondary gain. I'm real skeptical of those things. And so I didn't put a lot of weight into them.
Because the way I understand it is she gets diagnosed in January with, I think, with a major situation, however you want to call it. I guess it was a one-time kind of deal.
Yes, sir.
And then you were in here when one of the witnesses disclosed that Carly and her talked about Carly hearing voices. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. And so that happened before the situation happened on the 19th. And then you had in the journal, it talked about hearing voices. And I think that was on the 12th of March, which was right before the situation, correct?
Well, a few things I'm skeptical about is the friend. I believe they're still friends, is what was said yesterday, and that they still communicate to some degree. And sometimes ideas can be implanted after the fact and people don't know. So I'm real skeptical of that because of the large secondary gain and the things that have been consistent with malingering. The journal article for the 12th, when I see people that have schizophrenia and they are suffering with these auditory hallucinations that they do not want, they do not like, that bother them, they usually do not describe them as quite silly, and they do not describe them as ravenously screaming at each other. And thankfully, physical altercation is not fruitful. That's not how they describe it.
How would a 14-year-old describe it?
I think she would go to her mother and say, "Mom, I'm hearing voices." And the mother, especially if she was as involved as Ashley, would have taken her and made sure that the mental health providers knew about it.
Well, I think all the testimony is that she didn't want her mother to know about that, correct? Isn't that what all the testimony is?
I have heard all of the testimony. I've heard the last 2 days.
I mean, even for the last 2 days, I think the testimony has been, especially you heard everything that Dr. Clark said, everything was that the mother did not want to, or Carly didn't want the mother to know about her I guess, issues. I think you even talked to her in jail about this very thing, didn't you?
I never talked to her in jail. I talked to her here in the courtroom doing my evaluation.
I'm
She
sorry,
did talk.
It's connected.
Okay, my impression was that she wanted to hide, especially some of the more negative things from her mother, the burner phone, the marijuana, talking to the boy. It's not my impression that she was trying to hide her mental health from her mom. I think her mother, from everything I could gather, was very aware of her mental health, and therefore her mother insisted on taking her to seek help.
Now, you did bring up a good point, and you brought it up a couple times, the individual, like clients, patients, however you want to characterize it, a lot of times they're not forthcoming with everything to people like psychiatrists, psychologists, individuals that are therapists, people like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you heard from one of her therapist today that she was having to drag stuff out, that she was almost about to, say, hey, we need to switch to another person because I'm not getting a lot of, I'm not pulling stuff out of you. I'm not helping a whole bunch. Do you remember that?
My impression was that Dr. Kirk thought that she was doing fairly well and was considering discharging her, or referring her elsewhere if necessary. But at that last visit, pried her, kind of pushed to talk about the stuff with her mother, and that's when the rage and the anger came up.
Now, at one point, Carly, and this is stuff, again, put in her journal and said that she had a psychological or psychotic break. Do you remember that part in the journal?
Does a 14-year-old know what a psychotic break
you
actually
said
is?
You didn't put a lot
Without
of credence
Google?
into it because it was something that she wrote. And I think you said the journal was, she was using it as sort of like theatrical and things of that nature. Is that sort of your take
Yeah,
on
I
it?
said there's a mixture, seems like, of what might be truth and what seems theatrical.
Now, the disassociation, which we were just talking about, you're not really, you said you know about it, but you're not an expert, and you said you have seen it in rare cases. We agreed that this was a rare case, correct? Or your words, I can't remember.
It's an unusual case in that a 14-year-old killed her mother. It's not unusual in that her mental health, sort of anxiety and depression, those are common.
And Dr. Clark had gone through and spelled out exactly how disassociation works and how it could work with her, how it was working that on the 19th, correct?
Yes, and I enjoyed the academic exercise of talking about dissociative spells, but in my opinion, what Carly did that day was not consistent with dissociative spells at all because of so much specific intent.
And just getting into the specific intent that you're talking about, if you're in the dissociative, I guess, situation, you wouldn't be knowing what you're doing with all that. You can be doing that, and I think the research shows that you can do that, correct?
I think the literature is very sparse.
Holy crap, hold on. I
I
need to
think
go
the
back over here.
literature talks, there are case reports or examples of spells at all because of so much specific intent.
And just getting into the specific intent that you're talking about, if you're in the dissociative, I guess, situation,
Hey,
you wouldn't be knowing what you're doing with all that. You can be doing that, and I think the research shows that you can do that, correct?
I think the literature is very sparse on
I might
this.
not have gone back as
I think the literature talks, there are case reports or examples of violence being
I don't think I went
completed
back far enough.
in a dissociative state. But again, based on my review of the video and Carly's text messages at the time, in my opinion, shows way too much intentional, high-level executive functioning to be in this
Stop, please.
dissociative spell, and yet do so many specific things.
Right, and it sort of goes back. You're talking about, I think what the literature says is that happens. It's rare. This is a rare case to begin with, and then you have more, I guess, rarity in a lot of the facts. So, I mean, it's possible that happened, correct?
It's in the realm of possibility.
Yes.
But I have to say that what's a lot more common in the literature.
Yeah, I didn't go back far
supports
enough,
is
Heidi, but I think I'm going to clip it.
Arguably the most commonly malingered thing is malingering amnesia, particularly after a homicide. And that's much more common than what you might be possibly do in a rare dissociative state.
Right, and that's where you go back in and you start looking at sort of different things that had happened as far as you're looking in the journals, you're talking to the friends, you're seeing things like that. One thing that on the jail records that was very important was it showed that she had said that she was having hallucinations. I think more than I think she did that in at least a couple months, and they gave her a Abilify. I think you remember that.
Were they visual or auditory hallucinations?
Auditory hallucinations, I believe. Yeah, auditory hallucinations.
That she reports.
You
She reports
hit my
to
printer one more
the
time.
medical staff at the jail.
That shovel.
They give her a Abilify, and then after a few months, it gets better.
That's all per Carly.
Yeah, but that would also be
now belongs to me.
consistent that because you can have a I guess a episode, a psychiatric episode, and it doesn't all start at one time. It builds, correct?
Hey guys, look at my new toy.
Some people.
Somebody decided she wanted to hit my printer with it.
Shows subtly and then progresses. Other people may do a substance and then it causes a break or something like that. So it can vary.
It can vary, and you can, in this situation, there was stuff that was out there before this happened. And then we have the 19th of March.
I'll be right back. Gonna do a mom moment with
right
dinner.
On the back end is where you have, I guess, she's telling the person in jail, this is what's going on, and they prescribe her this medication, and then it gets better. Did you talk to her about that, about the hallucinations no longer being present?
I don't remember us getting into that too much. Sometimes I try not to interject or implant. I don't want to say, hey, are you having this? Are you having that? I want them to voluntarily tell me, because I don't want to implant ideas in people's heads. And so most of the time, if they're really experiencing these things, when I see my patients with schizophrenia at the hospital, they gladly tell me and eagerly tell me and beg for me to help them.
Well, you keep saying when you see your clients at the hospital who have schizophrenia, you didn't diagnose her with schizophrenia, correct?
No, sir. I'm just using schizophrenia as a standard psychotic illness.
Well, when you saw her, I guess it was on the 30th of August, not too long ago.
Yes, sir.
She's competent. She answered all your questions, all that kind of stuff. There wasn't any problems, correct?
Correct.
She's lucid. I mean, she was on the 30th. She was 100% fine.
Yes, sir.
The big question is how she was back on the 19th of March, correct? That's what you're here for.
Yes, sir.
And so right after that, there's records at the jail where she's saying she's having these hallucinations. They're giving her medications. And then it seems that works because she no longer, I think there's some notes that she no longer having them. So wouldn't that be something that you would want to look at?
It's not necessarily pertinent to how her mind frame was at the time that she killed her mother, especially when I have video footage of her at that time, and I have text messages of her conversations at that time. I know I have all the statements of everybody who knows her way better than me. I have medical records from years, hearing exactly what she says afterwards when there's a big secondary gain.
Well, what about the victim in the case, her stepfather? Her stepfather describes her as, that's not Carly. That's what his testimony was. And he's the person that actually saw her. And I know you haven't said anything about that, and that would seem that would be something that's very, very important. He's saying she was not in a right mind. And that's when it's happening.
I tried to call him and interview him, and he didn't want to talk to me. But later, he called me for about 6 minutes on the phone at the request of Attorney Todd, and we talked, but it was very limited to Carly's been forgetting things and zoning out. I wanted to talk to him and hear his side.
Did you not hear it testimony?
I didn't hear his. I was only here for yesterday and today's.
Okay. Because he said that would this have any impact is if he's saying that she did not look like she knew who Heath was.
Well, she called his name 3 times when she knew he was coming home, and she texted him and said, "Hey, when are you coming home?" So I find it hard to believe that she didn't know who he was. Now, him being in a shocked state, looking in her eyes, if she's in a shocked state too, because she's about to shoot him or attempting, I don't know how much he could decipher accurately at that time.
So his opinion on her state and how she looked and things like that really doesn't play with you very well.
I would take it into consideration. I do not think it would change my opinion.
And I mean, I just so the jury knows, there's nothing that I can say up here when I'm asking you questions that's going to change your opinion. Right?
No,
If you were to give me some objective evidence,
they don't have any.
I would certainly take that into consideration.
You
They
wouldn't
don't-
just go like what we did with Heath Smylie and just say, no, I don't think that he can make a good determination.
No, I've based my opinion off of
Gotta throw in dinner.
of evidence that I have reviewed, my clinical evaluation of 4.5 hours with Miss Carly, reviewing all the medical records. I have based my opinion on that. And if there was new information that was relevant, I would certainly consider it.
May I beg the court's indulgence?
Yes.
I know you're a psychiatrist, forensic psychiatrist. Do you treat many kids at all?
Not as a general psychiatrist, not as a forensic psychiatrist. As an emergency physician, I frequently treat kids.
And just dealing with I guess your role as a forensic psychiatrist in this situation, how many evaluations on adolescents and kids have you done?
As a forensic psychiatrist,
Yes.
probably my first.
Okay. How many times have you been qualified as an expert to come in and give opinions?
I did have to testify in another case on a patient who was bipolar, and the ex-wife was trying to say just because he has bipolar, he couldn't see his kids. And I said, he's doing great. He's taking his med. He could just see his kid. I was an expert in that. It wasn't, I mean, it was mental health in the legal system. So I think that would qualify, but that's my only other time.
Okay. So this is your first time in a criminal case.
Are they seriously still trying to attack his
And
experience
this is
and
your
credibility?
first time doing an evaluation on a 14-year-old.
I'd like to clarify my last answer. This is my first time testifying in a criminal case. I have done competency evaluations and sanity evaluations for patients regarding criminal cases. I just haven't testified in those cases.
Gotcha. Have you done many evaluations of children and adolescents?
Boo boo.
No, sir.
Boo boo. It's empty. They keep just attacking his
May I beg the
credibility.
court's indulgence for a moment again.
He's this witness is killing it though, because he's basically making Kevin frustrated, in my opinion. Kevin is getting flustered and frustrated. And if you can make an attorney frustrated, you're a great witness.
One thing, there were two other evaluations that were done, and that's Dr. Clark and I think Giuliano.
Yeah.
Okay. Neither one of them came to the conclusion that there was malingering, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Giuliano couldn't do it because she refused to answer questions. So,
Dr. Pickett, you've done more than, or close to over 100 evaluations regarding competency and insanity. Isn't that right?
say
Yes,
hi.
ma'am.
Mr. Camp asked you about if Dr. Clark had more experience than you. I guess that means he's been practicing longer.
I guess.
I submit to you, there's attorneys that are quite older than I am and have practiced a lot longer than I have that have been disbarred. Does more experience always mean that you're a better doctor?
No.
Not necessarily.
Does more experience mean that you always get the diagnoses right?
Nope.
No, and I would like to just clarify quickly, even if she has all of these diagnoses, what matters is that just lets you start to consider insanity, even if she has all of them. And I'm completely wrong about all my diagnoses, and she has all the diagnoses that Dr. Clark says. In my opinion, based on reviewing the video footage, the text messages, the extensive discovery review, her actions at the time strongly suggest that she understood the nature, the quality, and the wrongfulness of what she was doing.
And just one more follow-up, Dr. Pickett, to that. Mr. Camp mentioned that when you evaluated the defendant, I think he said that she was competent and 100% fine. But she actually was claiming to you that at that very moment, she was in one of these disassociated spells, right?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
State have any further witnesses?
The state rests.
All right. So this witness may be released by the state, correct?
Yes, sir.
By the defense. All right, you can stand down.
About damn time. Go.
And the state finally rests, correct?
That's correct.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 5:05. I'd ask y'all to be back in the jury room 8:45 tomorrow, ready to go, okay? And everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
I'm wondering if he's going to rip both sides a new backside. Please don't mute my mic, baby girl. Ew, that's quiet. I'm assuming closing tomorrow morning and then be on during watch. You are done.
Record reflector outside the presence of the jury. Does the defendant wish to re-urge its motion for its motion for directed verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Any further grounds? State have any further arguments?
No, we've already made, Your Honor.
All right, court will again deny the motion for directed verdict. Y'all need a few minutes to gather your stuff for jury instructions.
Briefly, brush your grave, even if we can.
10-minute recess. We'll do jury instructions. Be back 5. Tell you what, be back 5:20.
I have to get her dinner out of the air fryer real quick. Thanks for always being patient with me having to mom, because at the end of the day, I might be a quote unquote wannabe YouTuber, but I always have to laugh when people say that. No, a wannabe YouTuber is somebody who hasn't fucking done it yet. I am going to get her dinner out of the air fryer, get her set up, and then I will be back in a hot minute. So this time I am going to play you guys a little. You guys get a little intermission video.
Our hearts beat to the city streets. We began to feel the fire. We rise like tall buildings as the chemicals they take us higher. The night's young, it has just begun as she puts her hand in mine. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be two hearts running wild. Now the morning is the afternoon. We lay awake in bed. The glass so loud as the hours pass. We're gonna do it all again. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be, we're gonna be two hearts running wild. The moonlight, summer sky, it was the best we ever had. And we'll stay on forever. We'll never have regrets. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be two hearts running wild. We're gonna be, we're gonna be two hearts running wild. I never really know what's going on. Look at me sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now.
Hey y'all, I returned. Thank you. Yep, time to do your squats or push-ups. Yes, squats or push-ups, which I am going to do after I'm done here. I have not done all the working out that I should this week, and because I've been sitting here, I've been snacking more during some of the boring parts of this testimony. So oh my god. I have to laugh. You guys, I just got a text message from my mother that says, don't forget to tell them to like and subscribe. Oh boy. I love my mom. Don't forget to tell them. Okay, this case, I'm not gonna lie, I had biases going into this case. The fact that it was on video, the fact that she had a surviving witness, the fact that she texted a friend over to the house and showed her mom's body. There's no doubt that she did it. The question always was, they're trying to pull the insanity crap. Which is very which is very hard to prove. And nothing's wrong with it, Mom. I just have to laugh because that's not very mom text to get. But anyway, I had bias going into this case. Watching the pretrial hearings, I was not a fan of the defense team. She used her phone a friend option. I was definitely not a fan of the defense team. Not gonna lie. They were late. I keep mentioning it, but it's very important to understand. They were late with their they were ordered to turn over things for discovery that they didn't turn over. Discovery deadline was July 28th. They didn't turn stuff over until after that. Then they and if you want to see any of the pretrial hearings, they are on my Carly Gregg playlist. But the judge was not happy with them to begin with, and I love this judge. He's like me. I say he's like me in the sense like he tries to be as fair as possible, but he can only handle so much bullshit before he's like, I'm done. Girl, you're gonna hurt yourself. If you're gonna do that, get down. Get down. Thank you. I will be looking for more cases from this judge. You're done. You lost your privilege to stand up there. She has this standing tower that is like this. So she stands in here. Well, she started sitting on the edge of it and she's going to tip it over. And then she started like trying to climb over it the other way. It's just not anyway. This judge can only take so much crap. And I thought he was fair in the sense of some of the rulings that he made during the trial did not go the prosecution's way. And I thought that was fair. And then I thought the defense, they didn't have good cross. They didn't. Okay, I'll start with the prosecution. Try to keep this, what's going on in my head, the flight of ideas. We'll try to put it into like a overall synopsis. The prosecution was very clear with their opening. It wasn't compelling, but it was very clear, linear, led you, girl, I'm talking here. Led you to what they were going to do, why they were going to do it, and who they were going to show you to do it with. It was almost like Clue. Who did it, where, and why, with what. Their case was concise. It was short. It was clear. You understood what they were trying to do with their questioning. There wasn't what does that have to do with this kind of moment. It was just a very clear, like they were easy to understand. Their witnesses in rebuttal than anything were strong. They didn't take crap from on cross. They handled being crossed really well without being snarky. But they were very like, let me explain this to you because you're not getting it kind of a way. We'll see what their closing arguments and their jury instructions have. We'll see how that goes. But overall, I thought the prosecution did amazing. And even with the drama from today, Katherine didn't let it faze her. And I think that was part of the reason that was done today, was like to try to get in the heads of, because if you doubt yourself, you can't be a lawyer. Like you can't be a lawyer. You just can't. Like, you have to have a strong sense of self to be a lawyer. So by the defense doing what they did today, I think they were trying to get into the prosecution to make them doubt themselves. Like, did I really do that? Did I really not? And make them question the past and what they did. And the prosecutor, Katherine, was like, no, I got the emails. Let me show you. And I don't think Bridgett she knew she signed that, like, almost like a waiver, like, we've turned everything over to you. You accept everything as, and I don't think she expected Katherine to have receipts. So, I mean, and I think that royally pissed off the judge. I'm not going to lie. The defense, from their opening, their opening didn't have anything to do, from what I can remember, with an insanity defense. Like, all it did was go, well, they said this and that's not true. Well, they said this and that's not true. Well, they said this and that's not true. It's like, instead of presenting what they were going to do. And in their case, I don't think, even until the last witness, nothing had anything to do with, I don't think anything had nothing to do with an insanity defense. Like, none of their lines of questioning were like laying a foundation for insanity. It was just a lot of denial of, like, well, how could she kill her mom? She was, why would she want to kill her mom? She was always sweet. She loved her mom. She did that. Like, she couldn't do that. And then her stepdad testifying was just creepy. And in their cross-examinations of all the witnesses, they were argumentative, especially today with the medical experts. All they wanted to do was attack their credibility. And like this last guy, Dr. Pickett. Well, Dr. Clark has more experience than you, right? Dr. Clark works with more children than you do, right? Dr. Clark is board certified. Who the fuck cares, dude? I've met doctors with 25 years of experience. I've met therapists with 25 years of experience that suck. But I've met new grads who are amazing because they give a shit.
Defense? All right. Does the defense have a copy of the state's instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the state have a copy of the defense instructions?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That is
C1,
creepy. Speak of the devil.
C2, C3, C4 will be given.
That was
Objections
not
for
the look of a
record by the state.
stepdad. That was the look of a boyfriend. That was
We'll
creepy.
withdraw C5. Just for the attorney's knowledge, this was an old set of pattern instructions. That one hasn't been given in this district. Long time. All right, C6 will be given. Objections for the record by the state. Objections for the record by the defense. C6, defendant's right not to testify.
No objection.
All right. Let's move to S1. Any objection by the defense?
No objection.
S1 given without objection. S2, any objection by the defense?
No objection.
S2 will be given. S3, any objection by the defense?
No objection.
S3 will be given. S4, any objection by the defense?
No objection.
S5, any objection by the defense?
No objection.
S5 will be given. S6.
No objection.
S6 will be given. S7.
Your Honor, I don't think this one, I don't think this was an issue. It wasn't about.
Response.
I believe that there was quite a lengthy bit of testimony regarding the fact that the the defendant had used drugs at or near the time of the crime. We do believe that it certainly goes to assisting the jury in understanding that if they believe that she was impaired by her own doings, intoxicated by smoking weed, that is not a defense to a specific intent crime such as murder or attempted murder.
All right, can you reply?
Yes, Your Honor. The testimony in this case was very, how do I say it? It was very straightforward. She wasn't intoxicated at the time that it happened. This is not an issue in this case.
I'll be objection here, we'll be given our objection. Now, D1, peremptory instruction, the court's gonna
Maybe we
refuse
shouldn't
that.
do that.
Without argument, so
Yeah.
to preserve the appeal.
Because you're told. Yeah.
All right.
You fall.
You've already heard the motion for directed verdict. I'm marking that refused.
Okay.
All right, D2 will be given. Questions by the state for the record.
Sorry, none other than they've already been instructed that.
Be given over objection. All right, D3, objections by the state.
I think it's kind of covered in the court's instructions.
Be given over the state's objection. All right, D4,
State objects, they're attempting to find reasonable doubt.
response.
And Your Honor, I think we've had this.
You eat that. You eat it. Then if you're not gonna.
Very clearly, there's always a reasonable doubt, and it goes on to give examples and then talk further about that.
D4 will be refused based on Simmons versus State, August 6, 2024 Court of Appeals case deals with this exact instruction, citing Fulgen versus State 46 Southern 3rd 315 as an attempt to find reasonable doubt. All right, D5, objections by the state.
No, I'm not. Flash fan.
The first part of that is a correct statement of the law and was already included in our instruction, and the rest of that is an attempt to define reasonable doubt.
Response.
This is a McNaughton, or is this a McNaughton one for us?
This is your McNaughton instruction.
Yeah, this is from that's what I thought. This comes from the, I guess what do you call it, the Mississippi rules.
The pattern
Yeah,
instructions. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the pattern instructions have been
Modified.
have been denied. So court's going to rely on Jackson versus State. It's 2024 unpublished opinion. Westlaw 228-2840, particular paragraph 60 to 61, and Hearn versus State, cited 3 Southern 3rd 722, page 739, paragraph 51. In particular, what the court's looking at is there is already a complete
She actually
statement
did.
of the law as to McNaughton.
And she's fine. She's just
For that
having a
reason, the
fit.
case is cited. We have a complete, there is a complete McNaughton instruction that makes it very clear it is the state's burden to prove that beyond a reasonable
Well,
doubt.
eat your dinner, baby.
That'll be the basis of the court's ruling. D6, objection by the state.
To define reasonable doubt.
Your Honor, I think we've had this one given. I don't know if there's another 24 case that overturns.
No. So this particular instruction, the court's going to deny this instruction. This particular instruction is routinely given in federal court. However, in state court, Vaden, Jones, Barnes, Boutwell, Simmons versus State, as recently as a few weeks ago, have upheld that this is an attempt to define reasonable doubt under our state law. I'm aware that they're, for appellate review, I understand that this is given by federal courts. However, this court would urge the state of Mississippi to maintain its almost century-old practice of not defining reasonable doubt. And I'm going to be frank, I'm not being ugly to anybody on the appellate courts. I have put as many juries in the box as anybody else. Juries don't need a definition of reasonable doubt. They know what it is. For that reason, and the cases that are cited, that will be refused under that.
I really, really like this judge.
All right. I'm not putting the cart before the horse. However, I want to at least look at the sentencing instructions tonight if they
This is-
become necessary.
Yeah, this is jury
The only reason I wanna do that
instructions.
tonight, this will be the first case tried since the legislature took a whack at the Miller problem. So we're on new ground here. Now, that being said, is there an objection to state sentencing 1?
And Your Honor, I saw the states, ours is different, and I think it's this Miller issue.
Miller and Thompson, right?
Yeah, so my question is, we did one that is a little different because we weren't sure which one is correct.
So let's take it one by one. As I'm not sure anybody knows what's correct yet, Mr. Camp. We're in brave new water, okay? So that is no fault of yours. The Supreme Court of the Supreme Court of the United States handed down Miller versus Alabama. All Miller versus Alabama says is that a juvenile cannot be automatically sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Automatically sentenced. The Mississippi Supreme Court then said it is a jury question post Miller. I agree that is absolutely the law. What complicates this case, this is a murder case, not a capital murder case. However, in the state of Mississippi, life imprisonment under current law means life imprisonment. There is no parole. Now, give the
Interesting.
legislature a moment, that'll change. Okay, I mean, just give them a year, that'll change. But nonetheless, that's where we are. So I believe we have to have the Miller factors heard by the jury. So is there any objection to these Miller factors in state sentencing 1?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Please.
Is there any objection to the sentencing schematic that the state lays out? So in other words, just to count 1, if they can affix 3 possible sentences. They can say, we sentence her to life imprisonment. They can say, we sentence her to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole.
Uh-oh. Let's get this.
Now, all the cases in the past have been notwithstanding section 99-19-101. However, this is technically section 47-7-3. I can't remember code sections very well. But basically, the way the law in the state of Mississippi works is we have this huge section that gives all the reasons to parole folks. One thing in there says, shall not be eligible for parole. Capital murder, murder. Those are the 2 that are not eligible for parole. So any objection to this instruction, if we get there, Mr. King?
And Your Honor, I think we're talking about.
SS1 and SS2 are identical.
Yeah, no objection.
All right. Now let's go to DS1 and DS2. Do you wish to withdraw those?
We would withdraw those because if we didn't need the language, we had.
You technically followed the statute verbatim, Mr. Camp. Okay, you are correct in following the statute. However, I think the state is correct, and there's no need for us to hide the ball from the jury, even though I'm saying this on the record, and I'm sure they'll take a whack at me, and I deserve it. We'll get the question, how long before she's eligible for parole? The short answer to that is as quick as possible. I can't tell the jury that, though.
Right.
I can't tell the jury what the parole board will do. And the appellate courts have chastised me already for any comment I've made on the parole board, so we'll shut them out there. But the bottom line is, nobody can tell us when she would be eligible for parole. The best guess right now, I think, is 10 years. So, I mean, that's kind of the dartboard, yes, right? I don't know. I mean, that's the closest I've come to. So DS1 and DS2 marked withdrawn, correct? All right. Let me put these instructions over. While I'm doing that, I'm going to begin all that were withdrawn or refused. I'm going to hand to Heath, have you mark those as courts next for ID.
I'm just glad that's the feed and not me.
And take a moment to think about that.
And I don't know, but Court TV was having issues with their feed yesterday. Today is Law and Crime's problem. At least it's then and not me.
We'd like to split that between the cities.
Okay, what kind of warning would you like? Well, before we do that, is 40 minutes sufficient for the state? Please say yes. We don't need a feature film.
Yes, sir.
I understand that y'all
Please say yes.
have heard my speech about this too many times. Can the state do it in 40 minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's a total of 80 minutes of argument. All right, that's how you want to split your time evenly?
Did you just get honey mustard all over
5
me?
minutes?
Sounds like a plan.
How about 5 minute warning?
I would like more like 2 minute warning.
Good question.
Sorry.
Y'all are splitting it evenly? All right, y'all do a 2 minute warning. Okay. If you want 2 minute warning
We can
instead,
do it 2 minutes.
all right, everybody gets a 2 minute warning.
Oh, I think it went. The overlay went away when I played the intermission video. They're yummy. You actually eating your chicken? Okay, mom success. Baby girl is actually eating her chicken, dipping it with her fork in her honey mustard and eating it instead of making a mess. My mom win for the day. Oh no. Don't get me wrong, she's still playing with her food, but at least she's using her fork to do it instead of her fingers. Here, pretty girl, wipe your hands. Wipe your hands, please. And your face, too. Hey, wipe your face. Thank you. She has her moments. I'm kind of glad that he just skipping around a little bit because they're I can't stand to look at his face. I almost want to put like an overlay over his face because it's creepy. Like, it's creepy. Yeah, to me, this was very calculated. Like Dr. Pickett said, she thought about things. She was methodical. Like, there was no irrationality. Like, the fact that she hid the gun from the camera, to me, shows that she knew that she was being taped. she looked in the kitchen to make sure her mom was still in her bedroom. Like it. Just crazy. That's what I was. That's the kind of vibes I got. I got those Dahmer vibes. No, you know what vibes I got? I got Bruno vibes. Mom, remember that? I got Bruno vibes. You didn't hear me say that. Sorry, I have to take a picture of this. Boo-boo.
Court will read out the instructions as follows.
I'm hoping these instructions are not like 40 pages
C1
long.
will be jury instruction number one. Excuse me, C1 will be in jury instruction number one. C2 will be jury instruction number two. C3 will be jury instruction number three. C6 will be jury instruction number four. S4 will be jury instruction number five. D2 will be jury instruction number six. D3 will be jury instruction number seven. S1 will be jury instruction number eight. S5 will be jury instruction number 9. S3 will be jury instruction number 10. S6 will be jury instruction number 11. S2 will be jury instruction number 13. And C4 will be jury instruction number 14. Always, the instructions will be on the bench before me. Either side needs to use them. They are free to use them. However,
Ooh, Dahmer or Bruno?
you should return them back up here in the same order that I put them in. Any questions for more by the state? By the state. All right, that's
Did you say we could get a copy of them? I know you said they were going to be out.
Does stay like copy too?
Yes, sir.
All right, shoot 2 copies. Rex, I think we're going to pens for lunch tomorrow. Okay. Would, let's get that finished. I think Ms. Michelle's going to put together the order. So if you would, please give her in the morning.
She's starting to look a little more stressed now.
Just one, you know, I'll stay. All right, y'all can step up to Miss Burrows over here for the very last time. Burrows. Nice shot. Miss Burrows is getting married on the courthouse steps tomorrow.
Something Carly will never do.
I'm not sure that's how she draped the things.
I can't believe that she really thought she was going to get like away with it. And I mean, she still could. Jury's not back yet. Like, you know.
Pick me either. I picked that Dracula too. Nice. All right. Anything further from the state?
Before we leave tonight, can we get Mr. Levinson to set up the TV for closing tomorrow, or would you just prefer to do that tomorrow?
You can do it anytime you want. You're on Rex's time though, so when Rex kicks you out, you got to go. All right. Anything further? Anything from defense? All right. Best of luck to both sides tomorrow. Mr. Shipley will give you your time. Be ready to start as soon as we roll in. Okay.
All right. And that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Closing arguments tomorrow morning. I will start the stream up at 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Mississippi time. 40 minutes per side. jury instructions, and then we're on verdict watch. And while we're on verdict watch, I will probably do a separate stream, keeping the verdict watch up, but doing the Sarah Boone documents. Let's get rid of this. Stop sharing. There we go. Thanks for joining me today. It was a long day, but damn, was it spicy. It was spicy from the get-go. Like, they were not having a fun time. Let me get rid of this overlay, because otherwise it looks like, I got squids on my boobs. And and although Rosalind made an amazing overlay, it kind of looks funny for the when there's no stuff there. But I appreciate that. I was doing it wrong. I was just making a logo and expecting to put it over there, and it's like you have to do a full screen with just the thing in the side. So, yeah, new tattoo. Not really, Mom. I like tattoos. I have my fair share of tattoos, but we are definitely not getting a squid tattoo on the boob. No titty tattoos here. Sorry. All right, I will. On that happy note, I will fire up the stream tomorrow at 9:30. And we'll try this again, and hopefully this will be our last day of this, because I love streaming trials, but I don't know how much more I can take of these freaking attorneys. They're killing me. And her creepy stepdad, it's weird. How much you want to bet he's gonna be at the jail every day? Ugh, or at the prison every day. Tell Tug I said hi. If you're heading over to Mo, tell her I said hi. Hopefully by a week from now, I'll be able to redirect people, so that I won't have to tell you to go someplace. I can send you there myself. But anyway, have a great night, guys. I will see you later. I'll see you tomorrow. Say bye.